Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street. Oh, it's a very exciting day. I feel like I've told everybody in the office, everyone who's working on Jewellery Maker, everyone who's around the building, I'm like, today's a very, very exciting day. Did you know it's National Sewing Machine Day today? We are celebrating in true style with the biggest discounts. I must have seen about 20 email threads going back and forth between Hannah and Hayley over the last few weeks discussing these discounts for you, and it is amazing. We're celebrating with Elna because we are the home of Elna, and we're also celebrating with Delphine. We've got an amazing show today, Delphine.
We have. It's a very exciting day today.
How are you?
I'm very well. How are you? It's lovely
Good.
to see you.
I've not seen you for so,
I know,
so
we need to catch
long.
up.
We
Yeah.
definitely need to catch up. But Delphine, I know you've got an Elna machine, haven't you?
I have the 720.
Oh, we love the 720.
Yeah, it's my right hand, my best friend.
We're going to have a full masterclass
Yeah.
on this today, which is brilliant. We don't get a chance to ever do that with Delphine, so that's going to be amazing. But also, have you been watching all week? So on Monday we had the unicorn scissors, didn't we? Yesterday, then the day after that, I had the Fiskars rotary cutter. It has been an amazing week of mega early birds. Did you have the fuse about yesterday? Oh my gosh. Today, we've got two early birds, two mega early birds. Are you ready? It is our specials week this week, and we've got two special early birds. Should we start with the scissors? Always need a good pair of scissors. These are Millwood dressmaking shears, super sharp, lovely long scissors, ready to snip your fabrics, and it's going to be the lowest ever price. As I said, there's a lot going on today, so to make sure that hundreds of these sell in the next minute or two, we are going to take this down to the lowest ever price. Literally every single penny, you'll see in a minute, every single penny. It's a random price that we've been set, but it means every single penny will be back in your pocket as much as we possibly can. Dressmaking shears, obviously we always talk about how important it is to use the right scissors with your fabric. So don't be using your paper scissors or your kitchen scissors. Get yourself a good pair of fabric scissors. And at this price, trust me, get yourself a couple of pairs. These are normally £19.99. Tomorrow they will be £19.99 and they are £8.27 today. Every single penny out of these. They are brilliant. I don't want to sit cutting my next early bird up. Hang on, let me find some fabric underneath. Dan, can I have some fabric, please? Some fabric. Just so you can see. Oh, go on. Do you know what? I'm gonna cut some of these to give you a little sneak peek of our next early bird. If you want to use these within your applique, these are coming up. But look, they cut absolutely beautifully, and to have a lovely sharp pair of scissors. Oh, it's so satisfying when you're cutting into your brand new collection. We've got a bit of a price comparison here on a famous high street store. We all know, you know, a Hobbycraft near us. Direct price comparison, exactly the same scissors, £19.50. We're selling them for less than £9, less than £8.30 to be exact. Loads of you have got these in your basket. Well done if you've got them. You've opened your order for today, and trust me, it's going to be a good day to be shopping today. Here's another direct comparison, exactly the same pair of scissors. There you go, good price, $16.99. They've said it cuts up to 20 layers in one go. That's a bold claim, isn't it? I've not tried that, but here we go. Let's do a few of these. I mean, they've not specified what fabrics, have they, I suppose, but up to 20 layers. Already over 50 gone straight away. If you've got them in your basket, check out. Well done. Right, here we go. I'm going to go for it. Oh, it does cut through lots of layers. Delphine, I know that this is a bit of a personal question that you probably shouldn't ask a crafter, but how many pairs of scissors do you own?
Oh, crikey. Oh, at least 20 plus.
And so having a good pair of scissors as a crafter.
Oh, there's nothing worse than cutting into fabric and it goes all blunt and it starts fraying. So yeah, I'm a bit of a magpie, so yeah, they're ideal.
Good, aren't they, for less than £9? Yeah. £8.30, £8.27 to be exact. Here's another price comparison, exactly the same scissors. Your local haberdashery shops, Hobbycraft, Dunelm is another place that you may be thinking, oh, well, they're probably, you know, a reasonable price. I would always think Dunelm are good prices. £18. So our price is $19.99. So don't think that they're not affordable. Our price was supposed to be $19.99 and it will be $19.99 tomorrow. It's just because it's our mega special early bird week. You're getting the exact same scissors today for £8.27. I mean, these could turn into your paper scissors. They could turn into the scissors that you keep with your wrapping paper and your Christmas bits and bobs at that sort of price. Keep them in your in your tools bag, ready for workshops and classes. Just so you know, quarter of the stock has gone, and we had hundreds and hundreds of these available. They're not micro serrated, so these are easy to sharpen as well in your scissor sharpener. In your scissor sharpener at home. And look, they do cut through really well, layers upon layers. Now, what I'm cutting through now is our next early bird. This is going to be brilliant for crafting. This is going to be fantastic for a plique. I mean, they're cord velvet, but I am just going to say these are going to be suitable for if you want to do some sort of textile art, some crafting. Delphine, in what projects would you use, this textured sort of fabric?
Definitely a plique. I think, especially if you're new to a plique, that's the perfect fabric to start with.
Right.
That's how I started doing with my plique felt, because it's really like a felt, that type of fabric, because it's so easy to work with and sew. And even whether you use a zigzag straight stitch or a blanket stitch, it won't fray. It takes it really, really well and it won't fray. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's brilliant. Anyway, I'd make lots of little bunting with this, little mini bunting. Right, are you ready for a crazy, crazy price? Have you ever seen this before, Delphine? £1. £1. Anybody who's managed to get the scissors, get your early bird as well. Just £1, and you are getting 6 sheets. They're 15 by 15. I thought it was £1 for a sheet. Yours will be all full, nice squares. They won't be cut like this. Good morning, Vicky and Delphine. Love your shows. That's from Joy. Honestly, you'll love today. We've got so much going on. So it is National Sewing Machine Day. If you were thinking about buying a sewing machine, today is definitely the day. But Delphine's panels that you might have seen on Facebook last week, we've got them in the bundles as well, and they are amazing. There is so much to talk about. Morning, excited for Elna Day. Like Delphine, I love the 720. So many fabulous features, and the stitch regulator for quilting is a game changer from Susie. Amazing. Amazing. I'm so excited because the 720 is something we're going to dedicate half an hour to actually, really looking at. Well, I say half an hour. Half an hour will scratch the surface. There is so much that this machine offers that you will grow with over your sewing journey. And Delphine, you've owned this machine for how long now?
2.5 years.
And you use this every day?
Every day, yeah. It's like a Ferrari sewing machine. Yeah, oh, it certainly is, yeah.
Right. For anybody who is checking out already, thank you for trusting us, because it is Elna Day today. It is our sewing machine day, and we're discounting every Elna machine. Every one. So if you were thinking about buying an Elna machine at any price range today, we're discounting them. Are you ready? This is your RRP. Not only have we also, oh yeah, this is the best bit. Not only have we offered all of these with discounts, we're also extending the warranty, so you're getting 5-year warranty on all computerised Elna machines. No extra charge. Normally you would have to pay extra, obviously, for that. You normally get 2 years. You're now getting 5-year warranty with this machine, and you're going to get a mystery sewing bundle, which our team have put together, that's over £90 worth of sewing goodies. We've actually asked the warehouse team to send one up so we can have a bit of a rummage through. So that's on its way up now. But you are going to get nearly £100 worth of goodies. It's definitely worth over £90, plus all of the goodies that come as standard with your Elna 720, and a 5-year warranty and a massive, massive reduction. So that start price that you can see is the RRP. That's where Elna suggests that we sell the machine. We normally sell the machine slightly lower than that anyway, because, we always like to offer you brilliant prices. But today, it is about getting it at the best price I think I've ever seen on the 720. 5-year warranty, along with your £90 of mystery sewing bits and bobs to get sewn with as well. And you're also going to get your masterclass today with Delphine. That's at 11 o'clock. But you'll see Delphine using it all day. So if you've got any questions, get them in today. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. 25 machines have been allocated for the whole day. Just seeing the baskets now, it's not going to be enough. We're already at 24. Someone has just checked out after we've just crushed that 30 seconds. I know a lot of people have had this machine on their wish list for a long time and have been waiting for days like this. Go for it. Sorry, I'm looking at Delphine like this is going to be so exciting today, isn't it?
It certainly is.
Right, anybody who's got it in the basket, today's the day to get your questions in, because Delphine was saying to me, I know everything about this machine now, Vic, I know all the buttons, I know all about it. I use it daily, it's my best friend. So any questions that you have, today's definitely the day to get your questions in for Delphine on the 720. As I said, though, this is just one of the machines that we're offering with a special, special price, so stay tuned. What you'll see on the website, we've listed them all on pre-order. You'll see the higher prices. We're going to discount them all. We're going to offer 5-year warranty on all computerized machines, and lots of them have got bundles as well. So we'll go through those throughout the show. You've got to stay with us. If you've got plans this morning, cancel them. Honestly, you don't want to miss these deals. Cancel the plans. Reschedule that brunch you've planned. Okay, are you ready? Today's show looks a little bit like this. We have got this hour, Delphine's landscape panels. They are her actual pieces of artwork that have taken months and months and sold in art galleries for high hundreds of pounds. We have now had them printed onto fabric. They've been taken. The photos have been taken by a fantastic photographer and printed onto our panels, and they are amazing. You can make things with them, you can simply frame them, you can put them onto canvas, but they're all needle felted, embroidered designs that have been photographed and printed onto panels, and the prices are amazing. We're doing a discount if you're buying all of the bundle, all of the panels in a bundle. Stay tuned, that is coming up right away for you this hour. At 9 o'clock, we've got goodies. We're stocking you up on pins and needles for your machine, hand sewn needles, and we're also going to do a machine in that hour under £200. And the machine that's under £200 also comes with a bundle that is worth over £90. Which, I know, it makes no sense. Stay tuned, it's coming up at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, that's when we're going to be talking about the big boy, the 720. We're going to be doing a free motion masterclass. Have you ever been on any of Delphine's courses? Have you been on any of her workshops or classes? She's recently done, in Warwickshire, a free motion quilting masterclass. And she said that there's so many people who were completely new to free motion, that were really scared of free motion, that walked away from that day and said it was the best class and they absolutely nailed it and could do it. So Delphine has taken all of the skills that you would learn in that class and not just briefly summarised it into a help sheet. This is 4,000 words. This is a huge book full of how to get started, how to expand your free motion techniques, how to prepare your fabrics, where to go, how to do it. So you have got step-by-step instructions. I mean, a lot of instructions. Right, in fact, because we can see so many have gone on pre-order, we'll put the graphics live now, make it fair for everybody, because you are getting so much. I mean, that's just the first half. You are then getting, look at how many patterns. Look at how many patterns you can then trace out. And we're going to show you how you can use this booklet today on the show, but it is amazing. And this is giving you then images of what you can make. So you can make cushions, you can put this onto quilts. It gives you the look of, it looks like it's been, you know, long arm quilted. These patterns are amazing. And you can do it on your machine, just on solid fabric. It looks brilliant. This is coming up in the later hour. But just because of how many people are already checking out, it's a book. Hannah, how much is this? It's £9.99. I was afraid of that because this, I mean, is opening up a whole range of possibilities on National Sewing Machine Day as well. If you've never done free motion quilting before, if you're thinking, I have no idea what free motion quilting is, we will talk through it. We're going to do a whole hour talking about it and explaining why it's so exciting to be able to master this skill, because it's basically like drawing with your machine. You're in control. Right, there are loads of you getting that. This is brilliant. There is now over 50 of you who've got that in your basket and yet to check out. Stay tuned for the hour later. This is just dipping your toe in a little bit, but I will talk to you more about that. But well done. Back to menu. At 11 o'clock, the Elna 720 is when we're going to do our sort of masterclass on that at 11. And then at 11:30 for an hour and a half, we'll talk through all of the deals we have on the Elnas. It's going to be brilliant. It's going to be busy. It's going to be exciting. We've got discounts. We've got freebies. We've got extended warranties. It's all going on. Okay. Well done, everybody who's got that free Motion Masterclass instructions. We'll talk more about that later on. Remember, the sewing machines are on the website. Oh, we've got a new video to show you how you can get in touch. So those of you that want to message in today, it's going to be a really interactive show. Message the studio. All your messages that go through to sewingstreet.com, studio@sewingstreet.com, we can bring through to Delphine and ask her questions on the machines. Sewing Street TV is my Facebook Live. I'm on the Facebook Live today. Come on in and say hello. There's the website. Click on Watch Live. Scroll down and, of course, you can send in any messages to us here. You can shop for all of the machines on Coming Up Today's show on the right. All of the bits that we've already crashed are here. There's the final price on the 720. Are you doing it on the overlockers? Oh, my gosh. Okay. Okay. We've also got all of these sewing machines that will be discounted. Ignore those prices. If you know you want the machine, grab them now because they are going lower. Remember, at 9 o'clock, we're going to be taking a machine under £200 with a bundle that is worth over £90 as well. These are all the bits and bobs that are coming up later. Lots of your sewing bits. And then we've also got coming up with Delphine, her free motion class, that's coming up. Right, so everything's going to be listed there. Shall we get started? Let's go for the bundle first. Now, I'm not going to open them all out now, but I just want to run the graphics so you can see them. Delphine's going to come over to me in a moment. We've got a brilliant deal. It's the most cost-effective way if you want to buy all of the large panels. You're saving £10, so you're going to get one for free. Let me open one out so you can see a little bit of an idea of what you're going to get. I mean, they are absolutely amazing. You will get all of these different panels, 8 panels, saving you £10 today. They're all going to be £9.99 each. We'll go through each of them with Delphine. They're all her babies. I'll talk to you about how they're all creative and why it's so special that we've had them printed onto fabric. But yes, if you want that whole bundle of all 8, you are saving £10. That is a brilliant way to be able to get them all. So definitely make the most of that. We'll individually launch them, but that bundle is saving you £10 today. Okay. I was going to say, this panel was not in that bundle. Before I go, I'll bring Delphine over. I just want to show you. Oh, we can go over to you, actually. Look at this. Oh, this is amazing. Right, it's not part of the mega bundle. If you want it, you've got to get it now. These are 5-inch squares. All of the artwork pieces haven't lost quality in these smaller sizes, and this is going to be brilliant for bags. I mean, look, here's a bag that's been made. A tote bag. You can literally just cut your 9 squares for the front and 9 squares for the back. Even the straps is made out of it. And then use your fabric for the lining, or have you used just a mixer for the lining? And look at how lovely that is. But if you want to frame these, embroider on top of them, if you want to use them within cushions, if you want to start using them in a quilt, if you've got all of your other panels as well. This one is not part of the bundle. So if you do want the landscape fabric panel, it's £14.99. I love them, absolutely love them. The poppies, I think I've actually seen this one in real life before.
Yeah, I think you have.
I love it. I say in real life. We'll come back to it. Okay, so I wonder if this easel is on a wheelie. Let me come over to you. Oh, right, so Delphine, How did this sort of come about then? Because your pieces of artwork, I know, have been selling in galleries for years, haven't they?
Yeah.
I'm just going to wheel your iron out of the way, 1 second. So we've got the whole bundle.
Oh, there's one there.
Oh, I've sorry, 1 second. Can you wheel this in? Wheel this in, because talk me through your artwork pieces. The one that's on the stand now. I mean, these are all spectacular.
Oh, this one took me about 8 months to finish, from start to finish.
I'm not surprised the work and the detail that's gone into it.
There's a lot of work in that. But
so this is needle felted originally.
Yeah. So how it all started with my needle felting was years ago. I'd say around 2017, 2018. I went to. I was at Festival of Quilts, because even back then I was still going to Festival of Quilts, just, you know, pushing Louis around and having a good old mooch. And you know when they have those pop-up workshops, and there was somebody there doing needle felting, but landscape. Okay. And I couldn't get onto the workshop, so I just bought myself a little kit, and I taught myself how to do it. And then there was different social media posts where you could like put your work up, and it was getting likes. It was getting lots of likes. And then I thought, oh, actually, I'm going to, you know, do a bit more. Then I found a lady who made all her own wool. Her name, it was Fleece 4U, spelled E-W-E. You remember when we did needle felting a while ago? And she had these most beautiful blends. And so, I'll just take the wool and I'll build up these landscapes, and adding the embroidery over the top just gives it, I think that's what made it go that one step further.
So there were the pieces, which have now, is this one sold?
That one I still have, only because I think the amount of work that's gone into it, I can't part with the original. But there are a lot of these, some were commissions that have sold, some were sold in art galleries.
So then before they were sold, you actually had them all professionally photographed yourself, didn't you?
Yeah.
And those prints were then sold on?
Those were prints. So there were actually, there's limited edition prints there's about 4 or 5 that I've got limited edition prints on, and they've sold, Yeah,
I'm going to tell you, because I Delphine probably won't say, but they actually sold for over £100. They were all 120,
£125 for a limited edition print.
For prints. And that is essentially, you know, what this is one of our panels that you framed, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is literally one of the panels that we framed.
It's just been glued onto the backing and added them out. That's it.
I can't believe how detailed these prints are. Is that because they were...
It's because they were professionally photographed by the Avon Studios in our village. Yeah, brilliant. Andy did it, So I used to take my work to him, and he used to do professional photos.
And so the quilt behind you as well, I mean, this is a great idea. If you're getting those panels, you can start building up a quilt, can't you, really?
I think even though there's the 8, what I would do is use all 8 round the edge, and then for the centre one, you could use some of the smaller ones for the centre, or even using the panel, you know, the 5-inch squares, even using those as cornerstones, so you could make it one big exhibition of artwork.
That's when, you know, when you're thinking about this bundle, to make a quilt, we're less than £70 for all of those amazing blocks. That is brilliant value for money, brilliant. Yeah. We're going to do them one by one. I'm going to start with this one, the Autumn
Bimble. This is one of my. This is probably one of my favourites.
Go on, why?
Favourite. Only because I started off doing smaller ones. I think the original size of this was about 13, 14-inch square, and I just kept going and going, because I was actually initially going to do like a war-inspired. Well, this is how my brain works. Yeah. And then I didn't really know where I was going with it initially. I just, you know, because as you all know, I love a tree. And I just kept going and going with the depth, and then capturing the light from. I was inspired really from the wool, of just where the wool was going, because I didn't really have an idea with it. I just put it all on, because that's actually one bat of wool.
What?
Yeah, and it had all these different sari silks and everything in it. And so I was just inspired by this glow here, and all of these tiny little seed stitches, hundreds and hundreds of them, and it. By far, one of my favourite pieces. Autumn Bimble, this one.
Oh, it's absolutely gorgeous. Oh, we've got a message from someone in Hereford saying, "Morning all, what a talent, they're gorgeous. Just moved house, I'm going to put them in frames."
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
don't be afraid to embroider on top of these as well.
No, that's another thing. You know, especially the smaller pieces. You know, again, I'm aware that not everyone's very arty, or you know, but there's, you know, I've seen some people do some most incredible embroidery. Even if you just did a few seed stitches over the top, use them as inspiration. As you can see, I use a lot of French knots and a lot of seed stitches. There's nothing else, nothing fancy. Maybe a bullion stitch or something like that. Around the bottom, but just by taking the inspiration of the stitches, go over the top of them, make them into a piece of art for yourself, you know.
But then anybody who is a brand new sewer, you've made some of these into cushions.
Yeah.
I mean, this is similar colours, different, a different design coming up in a second. But look, you can see just a simple envelope cushion, how effective this is.
Those were selling in the art galleries for about £45 each. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, this is so exciting that we have you here to be able to be allowed to do this. So anybody who's managed to get the panels today, go for it. Do you have an angel policy at all then, making to sell?
No, so you know, I'm very easygoing. So obviously we're all here to make a few quid. So if you want to make them and sell them on in you know, craft stalls or anything like that, then absolutely, yeah.
Brilliant. I mean, that is amazing, isn't it? Anybody who does craft fairs, how striking they are. And even though obviously they're Delphine's artwork, you're saying, yeah, feel free to embroider on top of it and put your own stamp on it as well.
And we've kept it quite simple, though. You can use them in quilts, you can use them in cushions, you can use them as pieces of art. You could take these and use them as the front of a bag or the flap of a bag. You know, there's so many, they're so versatile, you can do so much with them. That's why I didn't want to mess with them too much.
Yeah, yeah. Had your fabrics, had your artwork been printed onto cotton before?
Yeah,
yeah. So when they were then put into art galleries and so on?
Yeah, and I think especially when, you know, when times were a bit tough, a lot of people can't afford to buy original pieces of art or even a limited edition print. So that's why I did them on cushions as well, so people can still have a piece of art in their house, but you know, a more reasonable price.
Oh, this is ridiculously affordable. Bearing in mind, you know, if you were to just glue this onto, like this has just been glued onto.
It's just been glued on, yeah, in just a standard frame. It's just been glued on.
Brilliant. You can do that at home yourself, and it looks absolutely amazing. Now, the one that's in the frame next to me,
this one.
I think, is that the big... Oh, yeah, there we go. Thank you. So, what's this one? Does it have a name? Do you name all these pieces?
This one's Mountain Sunset.
Oh, this is beautiful.
But, yeah, this one, a lot of work. But I was just, again, inspired by the colour. Actually, I remember, you know when you go to the German market in Birmingham. And you're walking down the street, and all the trees are lit up in different colours because they put all the different coloured light. And so that's why I was inspired by that, with all the different colours on the tree. And the detail here, I think that alone, crikey me, took days, weeks to actually do. And all these tiny little stitches to add to the water as well. And you know, when you get it at home, you can just have a close-up and you'll see all the details. Well, you can still...
none of the detail is lost in the printing. Every fibre of your wool...
Every fibre of the wool,
you can still see. Yeah. Even in the smaller sizes, no matter if they've scaled it up or brought it down. Because what size is the original?
This one is between the two.
Right, OK.
Yeah, between the two, yeah.
And it has... absolutely beautifully been printed. You must be so thrilled with the quality of the end results of these.
Do you know what? It's actually nice to actually bring them out and give them a new lease of life as well, because, you know, a lot of these have sold, and, you know, I've only got the prints, and they're just on a file, you know, and they're not being shared with the world anymore, you know. So by having them sell them like this, it's nice to actually get them out to everybody.
Becky Alexandra Frost watching, she says she loves your artwork.
I love her artwork as well.
Just £9.99. Keep going through for that. We're going to try and show you as many as we can. I've got this one here.
Oh, that one. That's on the frame behind this one.
There we go. I'll take this one.
This one was a commission, actually. I did a small commission for this lady, and it was all of sunflowers. It was the sunflowers of Bordeaux, and she wanted another one to go with it. So again, I based all these on little crocuses and snowdrops, and yeah, a lot of work is that one.
And there it is, printed onto our panel today for £9.99, because it's what we do. I mean, you know, if we We could absolutely charge more because it's Delphine's artwork, but it's something that we always do, isn't it? It's lovely to see, you know, what other people create with these as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what, you know, definitely whatever you make, please put it on the fan page as well.
Yes, absolutely. So this one here, how big is that square?
18-inch square.
Right, so brilliant for a cushion. Perfect.
Yeah, it's my go-to.
And then do you know the size of the smaller ones?
10, 12, 10.
10 inch?
Yeah, ish.
Yeah, they're about 10 inch,
About
aren't they? And you can literally then cut them up between the lines here and use them as 3 separate projects if you want for £10.
You know, in gifts, you know, you can do one for yourself and do one for a friend.
It amazes me how you manage to get the depth, the distance. It looks literally like you are looking into the distance.
Yeah, well, that's how I like to. I paint the same way as well when I do my paintings. They're very, very similar.
So clever, isn't it? It is so clever. A lot of people grab in the whole bundle as well. If you love all of these and can't choose, get yourself the bundle. You're saving £10. Now this next one.
This one.
Well, these are all your babies, aren't they?
Yeah, this one I still have because I couldn't part with it. This one.
This is mauve woods. What was your inspiration with mauve wood? I mean, that even looks like you can see the stitches. You wouldn't know unless it were me telling you now that that is a printed panel.
I did this one based after Autumn Bimble. I just wanted one in a different, you know, different colours. And again, just inspired by the wood itself. And I just wanted that, you know, there's nothing better walking through the woods and having that sun coming through the trees. And especially, I wanted it to be like more of a snowy scene. But even though it's a cold winter's morning, I think you still feel like it's got that warmth to it. And also I played a lot around with reflective light in this because light reflects off, you know, with the for example, when we do highlights on things like the trees, we often forget to do the negative light, you know, the light that bounces off. So that's why you get all these blues and all those extra shades.
There is so much science around this, isn't there? You've got to think about where your light is falling. And what actually, I mean, that's why Delphine's artwork is absolutely amazing. There is so much thought and technical detail that goes into it.
It just gives it that extra depth and it gives it that more of a 3D effect.
So clever. And you're getting 3 of those. This was made into a cushion, actually, wasn't it? This is the one that we saw.
Oh, upside down.
There you go. So if you do want to just make it into a simple cushion.
Yep.
Do you need to cut around a seam allowance or did you cut to the...
No, well, you can. I suppose you can leave the seam allowance if you want to, but I think that would look nice as it own as a really nice bag, you know, just to get some, you know, solid fabric and put some handles on it. Or
lots of people putting these straight into baskets. I am not surprised. It's beautiful. And all of these work all year round. I mean, you can change them seasonally if you want. I would absolutely stock up on these because we're always designing new. We're always looking at new designs with you. So this is something that we've done, and I do not know how easy it is for us to keep repeating these. Grab them whilst you can. This one.
Oh, yeah.
This one that's, again...
This is Bex's favourite one. I did a mini print for her that she had in her kitchen.
This is the one that's used up on the quilt here.
Yeah.
Oh, Bex Reed's got it in their kitchen.
No, you know my best mate, Bex. You know Bex.
Yeah, I know Bex.
Yeah, she's got it in her kitchen. So, yeah, this one was actually inspired by it. When you go... we've done the Cliffs of Dover a couple of times. Yeah. We've walked to the lighthouse and back. And a lot of the trees literally look like this. So even though the sea's here, it was just the way they're just all bent over.
Yeah.
And I just, and I quite like the perspective of it being out onto the right. But yeah, I like the movement in this one. I think it's got a lot of drama.
Yeah, it has.
You know,
the colours. I love this sort of teals and sort of blues. They're lovely, aren't they?
So yeah, that was another one that I think I did some. In fact, I did a bit of free motion on that as well.
And remember, it's up to you whether you want to keep them literally as they are or whether you're embellishing on top of them, whether you're cutting them out and using them within cushions, within bags, within quilts, like the one that's behind. You can see it actually. All you need to add is some solids for your sashing. You could do it as quilt as you go. You can do it as big or as small as you want. If you've got all 8 blocks, keep going. Get your free motion instructions later.
Yeah.
Free motion quilt it. And bearing in mind that whole bundle was less than £70, wasn't it, for all 8? So much you can do. Right, the next one is this one, which is the one that you're going to be doing a little bit of demoing with, aren't you? Is that this one?
Yeah.
There you go, Red Sky at Night. Oh, amazing. Similar feel again to
Yeah, similar feel, but again, just look at those colours. They're just so rich.
Oh,
really yummy.
Amazing. So many of these have been going on pre-order before we even got to them. They are absolutely stunning. Let me open out the panel. Thank you.
This one sold at Art in the Park in Leamington.
Did it?
Yeah, back in 2019.
I might have been there that year.
You might have been, yeah. It was really hot, I remember.
Art in the Park is, you'd love it, Hannah. You would absolutely love it. Are they doing it again this year? Is it
yeah.
It must be coming up soon, actually.
Yeah, obviously I'm not doing it anymore.
And so Art in the Park's a big festival in Leamington Spa. I mean, it attracts...
It's huge now.
It's huge.
Yeah.
It is huge. And they have so many different artists there.
A lot of quilters and sewers as well. So, yeah, if Google it, I think it's definitely, it's around July time.
Lovely.
And it's a lovely event. And I recommend, even if you travel, to come and...
So did you exhibit there, or was it the art gallery?
Yeah, I exhibited it. No, I did my own, yeah. And then and then it was 2020. Yeah. And then the year after that, my work went with the galleries.
Right.
Yeah, so... But no, that first year I did it in 2019. That was brilliant. I had people doing like workshops. I was teaching people how to do this on the stand and everything. It was brilliant.
Wow. I was in August this year. Oh. Charlie's just Googled it for you. It is very good. We should have a Sewing Street day out there. Yeah. £9.99 for your panels. That's your Red Sky at Night. Shepherd's Delight. Shepherd's Pie, our Ben says. Red Sky at Night, Shepherd's Pie. Right, then we've got, thank you, Dan, and this one is, again, the one up on the top left-hand corner of the quilt.
This one's quite a special one.
Mountain Walk.
So this one's quite a special one because the people that we bought our house off, I gifted this to them because they moved up to Scotland. So we got really good friends with them.
I mean, that is so unusual. Normally when you're buying a house, you're like, come on, hurry up, we need to get in. Or
well, we only lived as a stone's throw. I only lived just about 100 metres away. So I didn't know them until we started.
Oh.
It was a shame, actually. But yeah, Laura and Johan, they're up in Perth, up in Scotland.
Really?
Yeah, and so because she's very Scottish. She's from Glasgow, and he's I can't remember.
Okay.
And Swedish. He's Swedish, actually. And it was just like inspired by like that. Just the scenery up there, you know, and also like the mountains, and some of them they actually do appear in the distance. They do have that purple look to it, and all these tiny little stitches just to get the effect of these fern trees and trying to get the movement of the water. So yeah, when I did this, I did it with them in mind. So yeah, they were thrilled to bits with it. So yeah, we went up and saw them, and yeah, we went up and stayed at their house, which is amazing. So.
Oh, gorgeous. Just ordered the bundle. Could you tell me what size frame? Do you know what size frame
I'd have to measure it. I'd have to measure it because my framer, he does them, but you can get these as standard frames. Anyway, in some nice high street shops.
So how is it that he's framed?
All he's done is glued it on, so just basted it on.
Onto the back of the frame?
Onto the back of the frame, and obviously there's no glass in this one because we didn't want to have the reflection of the lights.
On the camera.
But even if you just put it on a frame with and stuck it down with tape and the mounting, the glass will keep it in. But the only reason we didn't put the glass in is because of the lights of the...
But also, if you're doing embroidery stitches on top of it, maybe you don't want to put the glass in.
No. Yeah,
it's up to you, but they look amazing, absolutely amazing. £9.99. What was that? Sorry, Hannah. Okay. I've got one more that we haven't done. 93.
This looks stunning on a cushion. These used to fly out in the galleries. These ones.
So this is again one that had been sold, printed onto fabric like this, made into a simple cushion, £45 or £40 for a cushion. We're so privileged to have had Delphine from the start of Sewing Street that we're able to access all of your artwork that you've done. I mean, this is, again, years ago. This was before Sewing Street that you did a lot of these pieces.
This is before, way before Sewing Street came along. Yeah.
And look at all of the stitching again that you've done here. Looks amazing. That's your sunset panel. You can see it again in the quilt behind Delphine, just coming together, how beautiful they look within a quilt as well. I'd definitely be getting you free motion instructions. This would be really good to free motion with, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, I'm going to go back over and just recap the mega bundle, and then I'll come back to you for a little demo if that's okay. I'll let you get sort of.
But there's even little on the 15-inch ones. Sorry, the 5-inch squares. There's actually original artwork on there that I've not in the panels as well. So.
Ooh, yeah, the poppy one, for example, isn't there? They're not all the ones that we've just seen. There's actually some extras in the 5-inch square. So, your mega bundle. Let me pop this one back up on here. Half the stock of your mega bundle has gone. If you do want to get all of them, you're getting all 8 of your large panels. So that's 1. Each large panel also comes with your 2 prints as well down the side. But all of the ones that we have just shown, you are getting included. Your mauve woods. I mean, they are just spectacular, aren't they? Your mountain sunset there. You've got your sky at night, red sky at night. Do you have a favourite, Charlie? After the storm. That's so lovely, isn't it? They're all very different, but will obviously complement each other within a quilt. You're getting the Spring Valley. That one's Hannah's favourite. Right, we had hundreds of these bundles. We knew it would be a busy day. We are less than 40 remaining on the main mega bundle, which sounds a lot. It is not. We have got way over 40 of you who've got this in your basket. If you're waiting to see all of them, that is it. We have shown you all 8 panels. You're getting them all with a saving today of £10 for getting all 8 of them. £62.96. Not only can you make the cushions, you can make the quilt. Remember, you can add to that as well. You can keep continuing. If you've got all 8 of them, then you could use the smaller ones as sort of cornerstones if you framed. You've also have them framed as well. There it is in a frame. Make them into bag panel fronts. Embroider on top of them. I mean, they just look amazing in your mounted frame, don't they? Bearing in mind, the printed, the prints, the limited edition prints, were all selling £125 each. Seems a no-brainer. To get a panel for £10, even if you're spending, you know, £40, £50 on a lovely frame for it, it's still going to be so much more sort of cost effective. The frame itself is 23-inch square. 23-inch square, but then it's obviously got the mount included in that. So, yes, if you want to create this look, I mean, it's just amazing, isn't it? So, the bundle itself, we are now way oversubscribed. Well done, everybody who's got it. Once everyone's checked out, it's single figures. You're getting all 8 designs for £69.62. Now, there is one other panel that isn't in this bundle, and that is your squares. As Delphine said, oh, hang on, that's that one. Let me pop that on top. On the squares, not only do you get all of those artwork pieces, all of them included on this. All of those ones that we've just shown.
Yeah, all the ones we've just shown, and there's also
Extras. And even these, so you see the ones that we've got as your, I want to say very loosely, sort of mixers, blenders, the ones that are all sort of one tone, they're also
it's based on the original artwork, and then Lou's done some really jazzy stuff over the top.
They look amazing, don't they? Look. All the different tones and colours. So that one is like your spring fields, isn't it? Mm-hmm. The meadows. 5-inch squares, landscapes, 40 squares. Now it's decision time. You've got your 5-inch squares. If you manage to get the big bundle, I would actually get yourself the 5-inch squares as well for cornerstones or to incorporate in how you wish. What do you want to show us, Delphine?
Yeah, just to show that if people do want to actually have it, because for example, there was a lady in my workshop last week, and I gave them a sneak peek of these panels, and she was like, she really likes to do a lot of embroidery and beading over the top. So I just want to show you, if you do want to add any more details to it, just little tips of how to actually do them if you're new to embroidery. So with this one, I've just taken the Red Sky at Night. So all I wanted to do is just like echo some of these, all of these French knots on top of the tree. And all it is just to give you an idea of, because these are the same size knots that I actually put on. And so I just want to show you how they're done. I don't know if you'll be able to see too well, but so if you are new to your French knots, obviously you just hold the tail of the thread, and then you just 1, 2, 3, nice and tight, and you go back in as close to, but not directly, where you came out, and you just give that a little bit of a tug. So this is, I have put a little bit of wadding behind it, so it just makes it a bit more stable. So just cut it out and give it that press. And this is a really nice thing for you to just do, sat, you know, in front of the telly, or, you know, if you go away on holiday, you can just sit and build up over the top of the stitches that I've already done, and just add in 1 or 2 of your own little details here and there. So I'll just do another one for you here. Let me just snip that so it's goes a bit further. There we are. Oh, these nails are no good when you.
They look lovely.
They look nice, but they're not very practical.
I am always a fan of your nail artist. You always get the nice brightest colours, don't you?
Yeah.
Look, they actually match in with your
They do, don't they?
panel. Are you doing Festival of Quilts this year?
I will be there on the Thursday and Friday this year. I'm doing, I think on the Thursday, I'm also doing some demos and...
Brilliant.
I'm doing some, what am I demoing? I can't remember now. Am I be doing free motion? I can't remember.
We can book onto your workshops though.
I'm not doing workshops. I'm doing it, you know, when you have it in the area where you can just come and sit and watch.
Oh, great.
Yeah, so I've got two demos, but I get really nervous at those.
Do you?
Yeah, because it's different when you're talking to a camera like this. I don't know about you, but you just feel like no one's watching. But then when you go to those,
you actually see the
people
faces.
are actually sit and they're watching you. And so yeah, so if you do come along, please say hello, because it is quite nerve-wracking stood on the stage with a head mic on talking.
Yeah.
So,
different to doing workshops, because I mean you're used to, you know, doing lots of classes and being around people with classes and workshops. But different when you're just sat.
When you just
talking.
and they just stood there talking and.
You've done this for 4 years now, though, Delphine.
I know, 4 years. It's crazy, isn't it? But no, it's still, to me, even though it's 4 years in, it's still, you still find that bit a bit overwhelming sometimes.
Although Delphine, when you put a head mic on and you're on a spin bike, you're not afraid.
Oh, that's different. Yeah. I know. I need to get back into that.
Me too. I haven't been to, I think probably the last time I went to spin class was your spin class that
really?
I went to. Yeah. I mean, the twins are 1 tomorrow. So I definitely didn't do any when I was pregnant. So, oh gosh, I definitely need to go. But Delphine's fantastic spinning teacher.
I'm going to start it back up again, actually, in the village. You know, where the sports
Oh, brilliant.
Centre.
Okay.
Yeah, so you'll have to come along.
I will.
Yeah, and then get someone to babysit. And...
Absolutely. Oh, well, I'm free in the evenings. If I can still function after 6 o'clock, I need to start trying to do something in the evenings now.
So all I've done with these ones is to echo the bit of the blue. It does give it such a lovely texture by going over the top of these, I can't tell you. These are just tiny little seed stitches, just done randomly, you know, just in a matching colour. Or even add even more colour and just put more different shades over the top. It makes it look really pretty. So I'm just adding a couple here and there. And then definitely add to the water as well, which I'll do in a second by putting some more little stitches onto the water there, just using the plain cotton thread for those. You won't need embroidery thread for those because they're quite small. But this
Did you watch the festival, the Great British Sewing Bee, Christmas?
I have, but I haven't watched it all because the boys were watching some racing at the time, so I only managed to watch 10 minutes. So do you know, I might actually watch that this afternoon.
So it reminded me of your confetti quilting. I think they did a great job. Inspired me to finally have a go with your kit that I bought with barley pops. Oh, I wonder what they did.
Yeah, I want to know what they did. Oh.
So the mega bundle, the main mega bundle. There are 8 available once everyone's checked out. It's the most popular way of getting your panels, obviously, because you're saving £10 and you're getting the whole shebang. If you're like me and thinking, oh, I don't know which one my favourite is, I love them all. Remember, you're getting the mountain walk here. And I like that Delphine's only working on the smaller ones, because I'm always thinking, this is your one and these are your little freebies. But actually, this can be your main one. That you embroider onto. You don't need to be overwhelmed by doing lots of embroidery on one of the larger pieces. Pick one of the smaller ones that can be your embroidered piece, and then you can use the others in an envelope cushion, frame it. You could use it on a bag front. You could use the smaller ones as bag flaps, couldn't you? At this price point, you are now paying £8.70 for a panel, which is ridiculous considering you're getting 3 images on each panel, and these stretched onto canvas or, you know, framed like they were here. The printing, no, you won't be able to stretch them onto a canvas. I mean, gluing them, just basting them onto the back of a frame like this. You could then literally frame them in your home. They look like, they are pictures, high resolution pictures of original pieces of artwork. So the prints actually cost £125 to buy in the gallery. So the fact that we've got them at £8 something each is absolutely amazing. It's lovely for, I think that there are a lot of beautiful panels and different things that we have that I love, but I wouldn't necessarily have hung up in my home, whereas these I think are really nice things to be able to have within your home, and still a nod to your craft because they are all needle felted, embroidered. Liz has got a great idea. Liz says, Sewing Street did 2 layers of organza and filled it with scraps of material, then stitched it on top. Oh, is that, sorry, Sewing Bee, were you going to say? I thought this would look nice as well. Do a little bit of confetti on top of this. Yeah,
you'd add, like you say, just add in different textures. It would look really lovely. Tell you what would look nice, if you want to give it a bit of sparkle, get a bit of organza, chop it up like confetti, just give it a waft of 505 spray and sprinkle it on the top, and that will also bring it a bit of sparkle.
Of organza?
Yeah.
Oh,
because chop it up really small, it goes like glitter.
Yeah.
So I've done that on some quilts before, so that will give it even more, especially on the water maybe. It will give it a bit of sparkle, wouldn't it?
So you're doing all your French knots here?
So I've done French knots. Now I'm actually just putting some extra stitches on the water. So
and what are these called? Seed
these are just straight stitches.
Yeah, back stitch.
Yeah, so they're just, it just adds a little bit more texture to it. So you could go to town on this and just do loads and loads. But it's very satisfying how it just gives it that extra dimension. So, and this is just normal sewing thread, this one. But I've used embroidery threads for the others. Oh, and I've made a mess of the back of that one. Yeah, don't look at the back. Look.
Is it the Sky at Night that you're doing there, Delphine?
Yeah.
There you go, the Sky at Night. Whether you're doing it as Delphine is with her embroidery, as a cushion, if you want it as your panel, it's only £9.99, which is unbelievable value for money. Do you know what is really nice as well? If you want these as cushions or in your home and you've got pets, there's not bits to pull at. You know, if it's a cushion, my mum's little dog, she sits and she's like this, clawing.
Oh, yeah, that would
Imagine, he would be gutted if you'd sit and done all of that embroidery work. So if you do want things that are practical around the home, or if you were going to put beads and things like that, then it's not necessarily quite suitable if you've got animals and little children and things like that. Imagine that on the back of a jacket as well.
Well, that would be nice.
That would be so lovely to have as a panel on the back of a jacket. Or a jacket you've already got, applique it on. Beautiful. Denim jacket. Ah, fabulous. Okay, £9.97, that's the one that Delphine is working on. Just so you know, the machine, yes, if your eyes are not deceiving you, on the website, it is 5-year warranty now. So what we're going to do is we've got loads of machines to show you today. It is National Sewing Machines Day today. And obviously being the home of Elna, we're bringing you so many deals on Elna machines. The one that Delphine actually owns and will be working on a lot today is the 720 Pro. 5-year warranty at no extra cost. Mystery sewing pack work worth over £90 and a massive discount. The RRP is £2,098. So you are getting it now with a, how many £100 saving? Hundreds, 400 and something pounds saving. I know that we do normally take off money because we're the home of Elna, but normally it's still only, what, 1999 or something. So to be able to get it, how much lower than the RRP? £449 off RRP. Does that include VAT? Yes, 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 yes. Everything on your screen is what you pay, £1,649. Oh, obviously, yes, you've got your £3.95 postage. Only £3.95. There's no hidden costs. You've just got to, obviously, if you bought anything else today, it all comes under the same 1p and P, 1p and P as well. So if you bought a panel, it will come directly from Elna, your machine, and this will come from us, but it's still only going to charge you £3.95 for postage. We only started today with 25 of this machine. Once everybody has checked out, we're already at 17. And we've not actually used the machine yet. We haven't even seen it in action yet. So just be aware, there's a lot of people who have been thinking, this has been on my wish list and I'm going to go for it. All the ones that you can see on pre-order, by the way, the prices are going lower as well. So stick around to see those discounts. Is there anything else that you've got to show us, Delphine? Are you going to show us anything on the machine, as we were just mentioning?
I'm saving it all because I've got
lots to do. You've got it all set up, ready?
Yeah, it's all set up, ready to go. Yeah,
fabulous. But look at this, starting to come together with that beautiful texture now. I mean, it's already very textured just to look at because it's a high-resolution photograph printed onto cotton.
Yeah, and also feel free to add your own little details to it if you want to. If you want to add a little boat or a person or something like that, you can.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, make it personal to yourself. So, but yeah, that would look really nice free motioned actually. Can have a bit of detail on that. So, for example, I haven't got the foot. So if I was to quickly change my foot to an applique foot. I'll just use this one for now. So even if you wanted to add just a couple of details with the machine, for example, especially on the water itself, it's really easy to do this, that you don't even need to have a, I said that, but I've got no foot. It's all right.
Where's your foot? I've got no foot.
Just by adding So that's just done with the start-stop because I haven't got my foot on. So just by going forward and back, by pressing the back stitch, you can have that free.
So what did you press then? You were pressing going backwards, reverse?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you just went forward and back,
just forward and back, and it can give you that effect. So
let's see.
That.
Oh, yes.
Just go forward and back on the machine.
Is it called what's it called? The swell? Is it called
the
swell?
Yeah,
on the water, forward and back, yeah.
So that's just with the start-stop because I haven't got the thing. So let me just press start. And then I'll do it a bit slower to show you, and then just go forward and back with a back stitch.
Are you just taking, have you dropped your feed dogs on that?
No.
No, so you're just going, pressing the...
I'm just pressing the back stitch.
Forward, off and on like that?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, this is so brilliant. I'm excited to see more of this machine.
Oh, this machine's insane how good it is.
I mean, that was super speedy as well. It was like... Brrr.
Well, 1,250 stitches per minute, this machine, which is quick, which is, you know, I'm a busy lady. I need to sew fast. I haven't got time to have with a slow machine.
But it also won't run away with you. If you want to slow it down, you can.
Yep, you can slow it down. We'll go through all that with the masterclass of like how to set your machine up. But yeah, for example, on its lowest speed, I'll show you.
There you go, look.
That's at its lowest speed. And if I just want it to go off like...
You're not even holding that. It's
I'm not even touching it. Yeah,
you.
It's doing it for me. I'm not touching anything. But then if you do want to go like a Lamborghini, it goes really quick.
Brilliant. Love it.
Yeah.
Do get your questions in. Considering that we haven't really... demonstrated or shown too much about it. I know that we are dedicating a lot of time to it later, so don't worry. If you have got any questions, get them in. But there are loads of you who I can see are sitting on the fence thinking, oh, shan't I put it in the basket? Stay tuned for Delphine's masterclass. And of course, any questions, get them in. Today is definitely the day to make that step if you were thinking about it, for sure. Right, now the bundles, let me just quickly round up. We have got the whole bundle, the most popular way of getting involved in these amazing panels. What a great opportunity. I want to thank Delphine as well, because this is her artwork that she's allowed us to use and to print, and it is just stunning. Autumn Brimble, which is one of Delphine's favourites. You've got there the Spring Valley. You've also got your beautiful Storm, After the Storm. All 8 panels. Remember, the only one that you don't get in that bundle is your squares if you want to get that separately. But they are all included in your bundle, your main big panel and then your 2 smaller ones as well. For $69.92. A Mountain Walk is there. Sky at Night is the one that we've been working on. Lots of inspiration of how to work with these panels. And what I love about them is that you can do very, very little if you want and simply put it into a frame, or you can absolutely go to town and embellish as you wish, but the detail, and I can't stress to you enough how just looking at them in person, the quality of the printing is superior. It's absolutely amazing. And that is one down to obviously our printing, but I think it's actually mainly down to the fact that Delphine had all of these professionally photographed, the original pieces professionally photographed with high resolution cameras to be able to bring to you the best quality printed pieces. They are amazing. You can literally see every fibre of wool. You can see every little detail in each French knot. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Nothing is lost to those original pieces of artwork. £62.92, and that is for your whole bundle of all of those panels, which is a fraction of the price that you would have paid in that art gallery for one framed piece like this. For one framed limited edition print, you would pay £125. So what an amazing opportunity. Okay, so we've got, let's check stock levels. And individually, the Mountain Sunset, is that 13, did you say? Right, I'm not surprised. It's the one that's framed behind me, has been super popular. It's only £9.99 today. You're getting your 18-inch panel here. You're getting the smaller ones as well, all for £9.99. There might be for you a memory of a place. You know, it might be a memory of a place somewhere abroad, somewhere in Scotland maybe. It might just take you somewhere. I think they'd be really, really, really beautiful in your home. Great talking point. £9.99, and that's for your Mountain Sunset. Right, there's loads of you got those in your basket. Keep checking out on those. Another really popular one is Autumn Bimble, where we started with Delphine. The Autumn Bimble is this one. Sorry, mine's getting slightly creased. Yours will be all lovely and neat. But look at that depth. I mean, you're literally going on that walk through this amazing woods with the beautiful colours of the golds coming through. £9.99 on the Autumn Brimble. Remember, you're getting your 18-inch and your 2 smaller ones as well of the same print for £9.99. I'm taken aback by those prices. Brilliant. Can you make and sell? Yes, you can. Alexandra, you can, which is amazing, isn't it? It's brilliant. So kind of Delphine, actually. You know, anybody who does, you know, craft fairs, craft stalls, then absolutely. Nice to obviously credit her for the original image, but yes, she has no problem with you making a few quid out of it, in her words, so that's fine. Okay, let's do the 5-inch squares. Now, this includes, I mean, look, you can make tote bags with the 5-inch squares. You could incorporate them into your quilt if you want to do cornerstones. If you've got a pattern that calls for 5-inch squares, why not use these? If you want to do cathedral windows, if you want to use these as focal points and then use your accents to chop up into patchwork, absolutely can. There are so many patterns out there that call for 5-inch squares, aren't there? Charm packs are so popular, Delphine. Lots you can do. Maybe you've got the June Taylor Charming Circles ruler. So this one, remember, I'm just going to light it down so you can see. This incorporates lots of the panels. Look, it's got the one that was very, very popular earlier, the one at the bottom here. Very, very popular. You've got all of those. There's the Sky at Night one. You've got the lovely, is that the Autumn Walk? You've got all of these beautiful ones that we've seen. Plus, you're getting others. Plus, you're getting other ones that we've not seen today. There's the daffodils. Look, we've not seen the daffodils. We've had this one in the studio before. That's amazing. Look, that was gorgeous. If you do scrapbook journaling, stitching your own journals, stitch your own journal covers, incorporate these into them. They just give so much lovely texture to the eye, don't they? A lot you're going to be able to do with your charm pack. Hmm? $14.99 for all of your squares. Hundreds of these have gone. Okay, we're going to leave you to check out. Have a serious think about your 720. We're going to be talking about those with Delphine later. You're in quite a lot today, aren't you? You're going to do an hour and a half.
I am, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to go and have a coffee.
Have a big coffee because we've got a lot to talk about in this next hour. We have got this. I mean, this is not an instruction set. This is your biggest booklet to date, Delphine.
It is, but it's the biggest instructions I've written, yeah.
You said this has taken a lot
of work, yeah. But I wanted to design a class for a complete beginner, right from if you've never even set your machine up before, you know, and to go through the main stitches that I use in the majority of my projects.
You must get asked a lot about free motion quilting.
I do, yeah. That's why I've started teaching workshops in it. And you know, I'm surprised that...
It's a bit daunting, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Especially because we see your artwork, and if I'm honest, I think, well, it's all right for you because you've got, you know, a degree and you're fantastic at art, but actually, with your instructions, anybody, even if someone who's never done free motion before, you're going to be able to do it after
Be able to do it, yeah. It's very, very simple.
I can't wait. I can't wait to talk more about this because you've also included so many patterns.
Yeah, all the patterns, yeah.
Which is brilliant. Just so you know, right, we started with 600, and I said to Delphine earlier on, right, we're going to be needing to call the team, have we got enough of these? Because normally if we have instructions, you might have 100 chances or 200 chances. We have, okay, 298 have already gone, and we haven't got to our masterclass. This is one of the most requested things that we get asked is, right, how do we do free motion? And quite often, if you see something that's been free motion quilted, it will always just say in your instructions, quilt as desired, quilt as ever you want.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever done anything like this where it actually breaks down how to do free motion quilting. That's why we said we need to max out as many as we can on quantity, and I wanted to show you this at 8 o'clock this morning. Use it with the panels that we've launched this hour. Use it with any of your projects that are yet to be quilted. This will become your go-to and your resource in your workroom on how to create different free motion patterns as well. It isn't just one, lots of patterns. Now, over 300 have gone. It's going to be a very, very, very exciting and busy show, so stay tuned. We'll leave that open during the break so you can check out, but stay where you are. We've got a machine coming up under £200. I know. And just to add to that, it also comes with a goodie bundle worth over £90. And it's going under 200. A machine, an Elna machine. So stay tuned, it's coming up right after this.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. It is National Sewing Machine Day. So as we are the home of Elna, we're celebrating in style with amazing discounts on all of our Elna machines. Now, we are very, very lucky that we have a plethora of machines, all different sort of levels, all different price budgets as well, which is brilliant. But one thing that we'd like to keep consistent is the quality of the machines. And you know, when you're buying an Elna brand, that you have got always a real sort of workhorse, one that's going to grow with you as a sewer, and something that you're going to be able to complete all the different projects that we bring here on Sewing Street. There's no point us selling you sewing machines that you then feel, you know, disheartened that you can't quite complete the bag that you've bought a kit for, or you're not able to do the dress that you want to do. So the main thing is when you're investing in a Sewing Street sewing machine or an Elna sewing machine, is that you can come back, buy them with confidence, knowing that you are going to get the results that you want. Now, this is where I am very excited for anybody who is completely, I say new to sewing, anybody who is potentially making that step up from a machine that you have borrowed, or a machine that's been up in the loft for the last 20, 30 years. Maybe you're getting a second machine because you've just enrolled in a new class or workshop, or you want to be sewing it as part of a group. So this isn't necessarily going to be just as a basic machine. This could be as a second machine that's a bit more portable. I have to tell you though, the deals that we're doing today, because that is the most important thing. If you've been looking at the 240, I'll tell you more about the features and functions of it, but let's get that price down for you, because this is already one of the most affordable Elna machines that we stock. The RRP is $383.98, so it's, you know, it's a near £400 machine, so it's by any means not an entry-level machine. This is a fantastic quality machine. It's still got loads of stitches. It comes with great array of feet. It's not computerized. So anybody who doesn't want a computerized machine for whatever reason, this is the one to go for, because we are allowing a smaller group of people. I mean, it's limited of how many we can do at this price. So get it as soon as you can, because it's the only machine, I believe, that we will, I just don't know if we ever sell a machine at prices like this. We've been as low as $229 for this. It's now under £200. And what takes it even further is that you are also getting a mystery bundle, so an extra special gift from Sewing Street of goodies, sewing goodies obviously, that are worth over £90. Which is amazing. So not only are you getting your bundle that's over £90 worth, you're getting an anti-slip mat put under your sewing machine, which the Elna one, I think it sort of reduced it, obviously damaging your table, but also it's going to stop it from slipping and sliding. That's normally £15 or $14.99. So let's work out our savings. There it is. You're paying £199. Plus you're getting £104.99 of goodies included. Absolutely amazing deal today. Only for today, only while stocks last. I'm not going to say it's till midnight tonight, because I absolutely am confident it won't last to the end of the day at that price. You are really paying, if you took the goodies away, you're paying £94 and 1 pence for your machine, which is amazing when you're talking about an Elna machine. It comes with the ability to drop your feed dogs. So if you want to buy an Elna foot from Elna, an Elna free motion foot to attach to this, which isn't very much money, by the way, because I was thinking, oh, that's probably going to be £50. Actually, for this range of model and machine, it's actually very affordable, so you can do that separately. You can still take part in the free motion workshop that we're doing later on, which is brilliant, because if you're buying a machine at this sort of price range, ask yourself the brand. What's the brand? Does it come with a warranty? This comes with a 2-year warranty. Can I grow into it? Yes. You can buy extra feet to go onto it. So you can buy a darning foot or a free motion foot when you're ready. You can buy a walking foot when you're ready. It's not one of those unknown machines from the middle aisle, if you know what I mean. It's one of those machines that you absolutely have got confidence in for your sewing. Maybe you already work on a 720 machine and you're starting a class, or you have a second holiday home, or you go to family's house and you want to be able to have a second machine. Now, I know the word computerized scares a lot of people, and no matter how many times I say, no, don't worry, computerized machines are really intuitive nowadays, they're brilliant, not much can go wrong, it still does daunt a lot of people. So having a mechanical machine that is Elna, I know is a lot of people's choice. If you've got a younger member of the family, for example, that wants to get into sewing, that is now taking sewing seriously, that is going off to college maybe, and you want to invest in a good machine that's going to last the test of time. I must be honest, mechanical machines are ones that I grew up around. A lot of people who had a sewing machine in the household from being young will probably recognise machines that are mechanical and not computerised. The benefits of this machine, though, it's got a free arm. So if you're doing dressmaking, sleeves, trouser legs, hems, if you're doing any bag making, sewing in the round, then that is going to be beneficial. The inside storage compartment is actually really handy because it's got slots here for your different feet. It's got slots for your bobbin. You do get 3 bobbins ready to go. You get some extra needles. You have lots of different feet. So within your feet, you've got your standard foot, which I've got on at the moment. You've then got a satin stitch foot. So you've got your applique foot there. You've then also got a buttonhole. I was talking to Rebecca Harrison about this, and she said traditionally buttonholes would be a bit of a pain because you'd have to sit and hand sew them. But nowadays, on these machines, buttonholes can be done at a click of a button, and they can with this. So you can do your own buttonholes with your buttonhole foot. You've got a zipper foot here, and you've also got a blind hem foot as well. So you can use your blind hem foot when you're turning up curtains, turning up trousers, and having that really lovely, neat, professional finish. You've got the ability of doing different satin stitches, applique stitches. It does come with a good array of stitches. And actually, don't get me wrong, this 720 has got hundreds of stitches, which is brilliant. But if you walk down the high street and you speak to sewers and you say, right, how many stitches do you use day to day? Even Delphine, I bet she uses 5 of those stitches regularly. So you've got zigzags there, appliques, stitches, some satin stitches. You've got some great stitches, and you can still alter the stitch length. You can still change the stitch width. You change them with the stitch dial here, your stitch selection knob there. You've also got your stitch length, which is the dial that you can change on the front of the settings there. You've got your thread tension dial. So the fabric, the thread, and the numbers of layers of fabric might change the tension in which you need to set it. You shouldn't need to wriggle that around too much though, but you can. You've also got the set stitch width needle position dial. So you can move the stitch width or move the needle position dial to 5 for centre needle position, or to 0 for left position. So quite often you might see people on a computerised machine, for example on the 680, go to, I think it's 06 or is it 04, to move the needle across. You can still do that, obviously, by moving the width of your needle. I mean, I'm just reading this out of my manual. It's a brilliant manual, by the way, that comes with it. Now we had a... it's got a needle threader. Yes, it has. We had a question. Oh, that's from my bobbin. A couple of people asking about the weight of the machine. It's got a handle here, and it's approximately 7 kg. So it's sturdy enough that it's not going to run away with you when you're sewing, but it is also portable enough to be able to take to workshops and classes. It doesn't come with a hard case. but we have a lot of bags that fit underneath us on the web that fit these machines. It's also a nice, good sort of first project to make yourself a little cover, isn't it? It also has, oh yes, sorry, before we talk more about all the things it has, the discount that we are offering. Today is supposed to be nearly £400. So we've, from the RRP, nearly halved the price anyway. Nearly halved the price. We are the home of Elna. We always like to offer you brilliant prices. So on a normal day, we would bring you a brilliant price anyway, a discounted price anyway. The lowest price I think I've ever sold this machine personally was £229, which was brilliant. For example, a machine that's normally £400 normally. So brilliant discount. Never have we done an offer like this, where we're offering a £90 mystery sewing bundle. You're going to get some great sewing goodies in there. You're also going to get the red mat that this is on here, the Elna non-slip mat, which is really lovely. It's going to mean that it's not going to slip and slide. It's also going to protect your dining table or the surface that you're sewing on, which that's £15. Your bundle's worth over £90. So let's be conservative and say £90. So £90 plus £14.99. They're your goodies that are going to come in the box for free. You'd be paying £94 for the machine. If you have a budget of £94 to spend on a sewing machine, you're not going to get an Elna. You're not going to get a machine that's got a 2-year warranty and a fabulous stitch selection with an array of feet like you're getting today. It's absolutely brilliant. So for anybody who is at the point of upgrading their machine, anybody who is at a point of starting their sewing journey, anybody who is thinking of buying for a gift for somebody, I haven't even mentioned, not only are we doing all of these amazing savings and all of the bundles, you're getting it on 3-way split pay. 3-way split pay. Okay, anybody who's never shopped with us before, now, don't worry, you do not need to come and collect it from anywhere. You don't need to pay extra because of the weight of the postage. You can see on screen, it says here, it's £3.95 P&P per day. So that is a flat, a capped P&P for the day. If you're buying fabric from us, if you're buying anything off the web shop, if you're buying anything off the TV show, if you're buying any sewing machines, it's all included in the P&P, which is wild. It's £3.95 and it will be sent to you. I mean, this will come directly from Elna, and I can tell you their shipping costs more than £4, obviously. And then you'll get your mystery bundle and things in a separate parcel from us. So it will come as 2 different deliveries because it's an epic delivery. But the split payment is something that is, I say, quite new to us in the crafting world. Lots of people who may have watched different channels or bought from different places. Split pay is quite a unique offer. So because we are part of a bigger group, we're part of Gemporia and Gemporia Craft, we are able to offer you 0% interest split pay. All you pay today is £66 and, let me see on the screen, it says £66. 33 pence. There you go. £66 and 33 pence. You don't need any credit checks. You ring and call the call centre, or you check out on the web and there is a click button option to hit split pay, and it will just be set up, sort of a direct debit on the same date of each month. So on the 13th of July and the 13th of August. And then 3 months is paid off, but you will get the machine straight away, and you'll get all your goodies. You'll get your bundle, you get your slip mat, you'll get your mystery bundle as well. All for just paying £66, which is brilliant. Fran. I know. It actually, do you know what? Sometimes it makes my life slightly difficult, because if I went into a shop and someone said to me, right, that one's half price today, you're also getting free this and free that, I'd be going, well, what's wrong with it? Why are you giving away? If I go into Halfords to buy a bike and somebody says, right, here's this bike, it's a really, really good bike, but we're giving away loads of stuff with it and we're going to do this and we're going to do that, I'd be thinking, oh, but why? I want the expensive one. I want the one that's full price, because there must be something wrong with that. No, this is always one of our most popular machines. Comes with a 2-year warranty. Is because it is National Sewing Machine Day. We want to encourage as many people to sew as possible. And I mean, we mentioned earlier on, we've got a machine that's normally over £2,000. We're discounting today. We've got machines at all price ranges, which really is So important to us. We not only want to continue people's journeys who have been sewing for years and years and are now taking the leap into sewing professionally, but we're also thinking, right, GCSE choices, let's get the young generation sewing as well. Let's teach our grandchildren and children and friends to sew. Are you thinking more about sustainability? Are you wanting to upcycle more? Are you wanting to use and mend things that you found in charity shops or you've got in the loft? You want to start your own Etsy business. But if you're thinking, I want a machine that I'm not going to be keeping in the box because I'm too daunted by it. I'm not going to be using it as much because it's too heavy to keep getting out the box. I'm not going to enroll to that class because I haven't got a sewing machine that's... I'm a bit embarrassed by my middle-ass sewing machine going to a free motion class with Delphine. Get yourself a good machine. You know that it's intuitive. It's an Elna machine. Plug it in. You've got a 2-year warranty. It comes with a piping foot and zipper foot. Do you know this foot, by the way? Can I show it to you? Because it doesn't look like a traditional zipper foot. It's actually like a 2-in-1. So this is an attachment that will stitch onto your foot. And it's given you all the instructions in here and how to use it. And I'll show you that in a second. But this is the zipper part. And then you've also got this side here for piping. So if you were to buy a piping foot normally, they are specialised feet that you would normally pay, what, £20, £30 for a piping foot? That's going to be included. You've also got here a blind hem foot. Another great specialised feet, another specialised foot that you can use. You've got buttonholes on here, so you can obviously change the size depending on the button that you're stitching in. You just put the button inside, it recognises where it is, and it will stitch and it will make your buttonhole. Let me have a look at your buttonhole choices here. Where's my buttonholes? Where's my buttonholes? Oh, there you go. They're on here. So I've got a buttonhole on there, which is brilliant, isn't it? So you're not going to have to hand stitch buttonholes. You've got a buttonhole on there as well. You've also got your regular foot, and you've also got a applique foot as well, your satin stitch foot there. 3 to 5, or do we say 3 to 5 working days or 7 to 10 working days? It will be with you within the week. I mean, this is brilliant to be able to say that I'm not going to be waiting, 6 weeks like my sofa. I've got it on split pay and I'm waiting for my sofa that's going to take 6 months to come. You've got it here. It comes with your manual, but because this isn't a new machine from Elna, there'll be loads on YouTube. We've done demonstrations and tutorials with it in the past, and it does come with a fabulous manual of how to thread it, how to insert the bobbin. Oh no, I missed that one, sorry. There's your bobbin at the side. At that price, it is tempting to have a spare machine for when mine is getting serviced. I know lots of people who do sew for a living that have an Elna machine and are used to their sort of, the way that they sew. For example, Delphine. Imagine, Delphine has her sent off for a week to be serviced or a few days and you're thinking, right, I need to be able to keep going with this hobby or my business, or I just need to take it down the road to quickly sew this up for somebody, or to sit at a craft fair or workshop and do personalised bits for people, or, applique things onto a tote bag, and you could sit and do it there for them. I mean, you've got those options when you've got a more portable machine. So, this is the 240. I will mention the 220. The 220 is also an Elna machine, which is the one just below this, and that will be the same price. So it's the machine that's slightly, it's the one down from it. It's the 220. It doesn't come with the £90 worth of goodies. It comes with the mat, and it's going to be discounted to £199. But just so you know, it will be the same price point. They're the only two that are on a 200, the 220 and the 240. But just get this one. Don't get your 220. I know I probably shouldn't be saying that here, but don't get the 220 today if you can get this, because it's coming with £90 worth of goodies. It's coming with the slip mat. It's coming with 3-way split pay. You've got your 2-year warranty. Absolutely brilliant. Now, we started with about 40 of these. Half of that stock has gone. This hour wasn't supposed to be a whole hour on this, but we've had a lot of questions coming in, a lot of people interested in checking out. If you've got any more questions, please get them in and I can answer them on air, because I've got my manual here. So if you want to know anything, then I can tell you more about it. Zipper insertion. See, there's even instructions in here on how to insert a zip. I mean, this is a great little manual, isn't it? It's got loads of instructions here. How to put your zipper foot on and how to zip it on. We've got 2 representatives that are trained in Elna sewing machines in our call centre. I know that Elna also have a fantastic customer service team based in the UK in Stockport, and Elna have been around for years and years, over 80 years. Over 80 years of creating quality machines. If you know Janome as well, they're under the same umbrella. They're the same sister sort of company. So if you work on a bigger Janome and are after another machine, just know that it's the same brand. They're brilliant, brilliant machines. Hence why we have chosen to be the home of Elna. More of you have got it in your basket than we have availability. We can't offer this offer to hundreds of people, unfortunately, today. But if you do want it, that is an absolute steal. Who was it that said it's the nuttiest price they've ever seen on Sewing Street? Fran, isn't it? Isn't it just? Told you it was going to be a good day today. And that's why I was telling Adam Tyers, who was our director on Jewellery Maker, at the vending machine. Adam was getting a flapjack this morning. And Adam was like, Vicky's just been telling me how amazing today is. Happy National Sewing Machine Day. Good day today. Very good day. Okay, we'll come back to this. The other machines on the website, by the way, apart from the 720, are all going lower later. We've got a whole hour and a half show from 11:30 till 1. Definitely be there to see those discounts because it's going to be brilliant. Okay. I've got a hemline special gift set. This looks so nice. It looks almost antique-y. This is, oh, beautiful. Okay. Because it's National Sewing Machine Day, we've got some other lovely little sewing bits and bobs. How cute is this in the box? And then let me just shimmy this out because there's not many of these. Anybody who wants them, if you got on pre-order, well done. We're going to do a saving on this as well. It's National Sewing Machine Day. I'm trying to shimmy this out without breaking packaging, and anybody that knows me know I'm notorious for breaking packaging. So in here, you've got embroidery scissors, a thimble, you've also got a retractable tape measure, you've got a heart pendant thread cutter, you've got hand sewing needles in a glass. How beautiful are these? And you're making a £10 saving. This would make such a lovely gift for somebody, or a treat for yourself at that deal. Just £19.99. There you go. I'm trying my best to not break it. That's a necklace, by the way, and that's a thread cutter. So anybody that's got those loose bits of thread, look, to cut your... I'm trying to do this from the angle. There you go. Literally, it's going to cut within those points. And that's completely concealed, so it's really nice and safe. But anybody who is sewing on the go, you've got those 4 little cutters within your... yeah, there's 4 of them. Within your lovely embellished necklace. It's a pendant so it can go on a chain. I'll put it on a key ring and keep it in your bag for your EPP. Any of your hand sewing on the go. So you've got your little thread cutter, which is lovely. You've then also got your metal thimble. You've got your little glass test tube with some hand sewing needles. These scissors. Oh my gosh, they are very, very sharp to the point. Those alone at £20 I think is really lovely. And then you've also got a fancy retractable tape measure as well. £10 saving, £19.99, beautiful set with this lovely sort of pewter finish. It's really pretty, very antique-y. Right, embroidery stitches card deck. We've done some of these different card decks for quilts. We've done some of these for different projects, and they've been very, very popular. This is now very limited. If you did get any of the panels earlier on, then this is your must-have on-the-go tool for embroidery. So if you did get those panels and you want to do some beautiful stitching like Delphine, then it has got, here you go, how to use it, what needles to use, what the different stitches are. And then inside here, look at this. These are lovely. They look very aesthetic as well. I love the aesthetics. Beautiful. Brick stitch, instructions. Long and short stitch and instructions. Satin stitch. So, and they're all colour coordinated. So these are all your satin stitches. Then these are all your lined stitches. Oh, I might get this for Delphine's birthday. Couching. They were only launched at the beginning of June and we're fewer than 20 of these now. These are made lovely gifts. Then these are all your detached stitches. Look, bullion knot, how to do them. Sheath stitch. Fly stitch, fern stitch, French knots, seeding stitch, straight stitch. And then you've got all your feather stitches here. These are all different feather stitches. Fishbone stitch. Are these all crossed stitches? Oh, I love that one. That feather, that is beautiful, isn't it? See, I didn't even know half of these exist. Do you know sometimes when you think, oh, all right, I'm going to do some hand embroidery. My go-to is Lazy Daisies, back stitch. Look, scroll stitch. And it says here, different names that you might have heard them being called. Uses, so straight and curved lines with a beaded effect. Closely worked rows make textured filling. So uses. Notes, for a bold effect, use a firm rounded thread. And then on the back, it will give you a really good image and written instructions of how to do it. For all of these different stitches. This is absolutely fantastic. I mean, you could do a little bit of, if you just, instead of sitting scrolling on your phone one evening, you could say, right, I'm going to do that one. And I'm going to get one of Delphine's panels. If you're spending £10 on Delphine's panels and you're going to practice doing some of these lovely stitches, a blanket stitch. I've always wanted to know how to do a blanket stitch by hand. A plique stitches, blanket stitch by hand. That is brilliant. So they're all your different blanket stitches. These are your chain stitches. You've then also got your crossed stitches, your feather stitches, your detached stitches. Lovely that they're all colour-coded as well. Go to a sewing group or pick a card, any card, and that's your stitch that you've then got to learn and you've got to have a bit of a practice with that evening. Brilliant. Nice reference one as well, because even if you're, I remember when Jane Greenough said, I don't remember how to do every stitch. You know, sometimes I might have to look at a reference and be like, oh yeah, that's how you do it. So to be able to have that lovely card deck, that'd be nice to sit on your work desk. Okay, now, I did tell you earlier on that Hannah had some sneaky sneakers. Or did I tell you? I don't think I did. I think I told Hannah about her sneaky sneakers. I said, I've seen you've done sneaky things on the schedule, Hannah. We've got some under £10 cave bundles. They are sneaky sneakers. She says it's because I love to embroider them. And also free motion. If you want to practice your free motion, get yourself a little bundle like this. They're all going under 10. It's discount day by the looks of things. I don't know whether this was supposed to be discount day. It's National Sewing Machine Day, turned into fill your boots on sewing machine, fabrics, notions, everything. Right, there is literally a couple of those remaining if you want to grab them at £9.99. These are the masterclass instructions, by the way, on your side, graphics. £9.99. It's not an instruction set, it is a full book. 4,000 words, by the way, which Delphine came in like she'd been at school, like, it's 4,000 words, front and back. There's your Cathansa Mom. We have this one here with the lovely teals. Oh, these are nice bundle combinations, Hannah. Was it Ben? Thanks, Ben. It was his birthday yesterday. £9.99 for your beautiful... Oh, yeah, Joe Wilcox. Everyone's birthday, and then it's 20's birthday tomorrow. Stuart's going to be here because it was supposed to be me. It might still say me on the schedule, but it's my daughter's first birthday tomorrow. So I have asked Stuart to swap round, so I'll be here next Thursday instead. There was something and I couldn't quite think. What is it on the 14th of June? I can't remember. No, I did notice straight away. I was like, oh, hang on. I do know what's the 14th of June, so I had to ring Stuart. Like, please, I'm sorry. Okay, they are your Cave bundles under £10. Everybody should be going for these, especially if you're getting involved in your free motion. How lovely to be able to do some free motion bubbles. I mean, there's a lovely pattern within that booklet that you could do some lovely echo sort of designs on your solid to go with this one. Now. Gone very quick, hasn't it? Right, here's the lilac. I remember when you started, Charlie, and look at you now, engaged, fiancé. I remember when Hannah introduced me to Birkenstocks, and I haven't taken them off since. I remember seeing Hannah's, which were very well-travelled shoes, is the only way I could describe them. They were well-travelled shoes. She'd walked around the world in these shoes, literally. This is one of my favourite bundles. But I haven't taken mine off since then, which means that my feet have now got so flat and wide that I can't fit any of my other shoes on because they've just moulded to the shape of Birkenstocks now. Has anybody else found that? Single figures on all of these with your lovely lavender as well. That is a beautiful combo. I think that's my favourite. It also comes in a gold. I'd get these two together. I mean, £20 for these together. They'd be lovely. Half a metre of gold, half a metre. This one. £9.99. Well, about to sell out. There's literally one of those remaining. Right, let's have a look at this one. This is going to go nicely with that one, actually, look. If you manage to get it. That'd be nice. That's coming up. Let's do this one with the black. Oh. See, when we think of Cave, we think of these bright, really bright colours. It doesn't always have to be. Paperweight jewel. See, could have picked out any of these colours, but to put it with that black background, I think really makes that pop. £9.99 for a metre. Your paperweight jewel. Pardon? Yeah. Oh, well done if you've managed to get your 240. I don't normally say it, but don't get the 220 today. The deal on the 240 is too good. It's in fact the same price and you're getting goodies with the 240. And it's the one step up. £9.99. Okay, keep going through for that. Should we do that lovely goldy one? This is Hannah's Naughty Naughty. We're not supposed to be doing these today, so we're whizzing these through before anybody notices. If we're doing needles and threads, then we definitely need something to stitch onto, don't we? Get yourself a little embroidery hoop. This would be really lovely to put in a hoop to stitch onto, to do some of your stitches. I'll get your deck of cards out. Practice some of your stitches. Can I just ask a question? What is this? What is this? It's 505 in a glue stick. Yeah, we'll do that next. That is brilliant. Sorry, that's not part of the show. It's another one of Hannah's Sneaky Sneakies. I told you, Hannah. I looked at the schedule and said, Hannah's put a lot of Sneaky Sneakies in this hour. Yes. Right, Lake Blossom. absolutely gorgeous design. Those huge flowers, I'd keep that as they are, you know, they are, and do big cushions. £9.99. Yeah, we're leaving you to check out. Once they're gone, we won't be able to make these again. We don't see any cave under £10 normally, do we? It's something that takes a lot of time to do. When? Tell us. Next Tuesday, Hannah's going to be doing an under £10 special. Stay tuned. She says, I know there's only two cave bundles that I can do in that show. There's lovely other bundles, but she says, I think there's only 2 cave, limited on cave. So if you do love your cave bundles under 10, oh, thank you. We'll be watching that. Liberty coming up in that show. Cactus flower contrast bundle with that lovely green. Right. Is this a first to me? Is it a first to you? It's only been on air once as an early bird, so I'm guessing that it's new to you. It was a launch early bird, so I don't think it went lower. This is £6.99 today, and in here you have got your temporary glue stick. So if you don't want to spray aerosols, if you are using this for bindings or zips, inserting zips, then this is brilliant. So it dries completely clear, even if it's blue. You know ODIF 505 is a fantastic product, so it's brilliant to be able to have the glue stick version. Now, the amount of times that we talk about, you know, basting for EPP and things, and it says, well, don't use like a glue stick, like a, you know, a Pritt stick, I'll say it. This will not gum up your needle. This is especially derived for fabrics, and it will not leave any sort of residue or anything on your machine. If you are going to wash your projects, it will then wash out. So it's a temporary glue to hold things in place. But you could literally baste your quilt with it because it's so big. So I've got like my Sewline glue pen that I use for really intricate things like my EPP. But this having, you know, a lot of glue there. The amount of glue I get through, if you're doing, if you've got your glue pen, you might know how many times you need to do your refills. This is gonna last a really long time, isn't it? £6.99. And it looks so cute. It looks like what I'd have my basting spray and then my little basting glue stick. Temporary adhesive glue for your fabrics. £6.99. I wonder if Delphine knows about this. Where is she? She'll be in the office listening to me. Delphine, you need this. £6.99. That is an absolute steal. Definitely get that. And it still might not, you know, mean that you don't use your 505 spray, but we know how good 505 spray is for cushions, just basting them. Would I need to glue them onto, maybe you could use normal glue for your panels. But if you just wanted to hold something in place, basically, moving on. Earlier on, we had those embroidery stitch cards. We've now got Sashgo cards. There are so many amazing Sashgo stitches, and I'm forever asking to find the book. So if you've got Susan Briscoe's book, you'll know there are a selection of stitches in there, and it's got the different meanings and things. What I love about this is that the amount of times I have asked, where's the book? Where's the book? I need the book. Flicking through the book, trying to find the stitch. Whereas this is just solely your stitches. So on each one, let me find one. I mean, look, there's loads. Let me find some of my favourites. You can literally flick through, find all of these different ones. It tells you the Japanese name, and then underneath it, the translated, you know, English name. And then you've got, look, it's got loads. It's got loads. And it will show you also how it's stitched. On the back, it will show you which direction to stitch, and it will tell you also how to stitch it, how to make your grid, how to do it. But there are loads. I didn't realise there were this many Sashgo stitches. There's about 10 in the Sashgo book. In here, you have got the ultimate card deck, which features 52. 52. If you're having a bit of a sewing block and you just want to pick one at random, pick a card, any card. They're all there. Oh, it was one I was looking for, but I mean, they will all be in here. Look, this is one. Fishing nets is very famous. Grasses is as well. It's the Seven Treasures one. I wanted to know what the Japanese name is. So it's things like that, you know, if you're learning about it. There you go, the linked Seven Treasures. No, I'm not going to try and pronounce it, but that was the one that I wanted to know. But Hannah's telling me I need to move on in time, just in time. £14.99 with your little instructions. But Susan Briscoe has designed these for you, so you know that they are. She's very, very knowledgeable and very clear with her instructions. Sashko needles. If you're getting your card deck, you could grab these alongside it. You've got a bundle of 2 packs. Now, these are the nice long ones. So they're designed to fit lots of stitches on in one go. And they also have a big eye for you to be able to fit your Sashko needles. The smaller ones are better for curves. But they're really lovely and long and obviously very, very sharp because often you're going through canvas or denim for Sashko. We had to wait for ages to get these back in stock. So it is limited, this bundle. Saving £2 on those. Now we've also got a bundle of threads. Oh, I can see them. Now these are specifically designed for Sashko. You're going to get a really good bundle. It means that you can't split them like you do embroidery for us. You use them all as they are. They are 100% cotton and they are spun in Japan. So you've got your smaller ones, which are of your sort of ecru and white, and these are your So Easy ones, but they are designed especially for Sashko. And then you've also got the 100-metre skeins as well, in the green, yellow and blue. Traditionally, you would be looking at more of your neutral tones, but it is lovely to be able to see the rainbows and the different colours that you can use, depending on what you're making. Full bundle. Saving £2 again, white, sage, blue and yellow, 380 metres in total. And saving £2 on that one. That would be a lovely little bundle altogether, wouldn't it, actually? Your card deck, your needles and your Sashko thread and you're sorted. Just get yourself some denim, old pair of denim jeans that you want to embellish or a jacket on the back of a jacket and you're off. I have the Magic Needle Threader. Oh, I've got so many different bits and bobs. Is it this one? Ooh! This is clever. Right, so you're getting a battery included. Now, you get a traditional needle threader. You poke your needle into here. It's got a light as well. So you poke your needle into there with the eye obviously facing your needle. And then put it onto a tabletop. It rests on there like that. And then you can see with your magnifying glass to be able to thread it. It does have the LED light and it comes with a spare battery as well, which is handy, isn't it? That's a really nice little handy magnifying glass with a light on it for any small text, instructions. Is that a German? Am I in the German section here of the book? I'm in the German section of the book. There you go, thread tension down. But, you know, on small sort of packaging, and the writing on some packets is really small, aren't they? So that's a nice little handy magnifying glass. And it does come with your needle threader and also your battery. Double use. We've got a really, okay. We've got a really lovely panel here. Oh my gosh, this is fantastic. See, I long to have a blanket like Hannah's. Hannah's been doing EPP for years now in a big panel. I mean, this is already done. This is done. This is what you're getting for $14.99. So if you want to get this and practice your free motion quilting on it, it looks like you've EPP'd it and then free motion. This is your garden party. Grandma's garden cheetah. If you've got a lap quilt or a playmat quilt, That's your backing done in one piece, isn't it, for $14.99? And it's super soft, by the way. It's 100% quilting weight cotton. It is a panel, so it doesn't come joined up if you're multi-buying on it. It will come as it is. But if you were to stitch over these, it literally looked like you've EPP'd them all. Free motion it. Get your instructions ready to practice free motion. That's really lovely, isn't it? Look at all the different fabrics as well. Right, there's only 10 remaining. We're going to get Delphine back on because we've got so much coming up in the next hour. Just wanted to say congratulations to anybody who's managed to check out already on the 240 machine. Over half of our stock has completely gone, and there are more of you who've got it in your basket than we have availability. The reason being is because this is a machine that is normally close to £400 as a recommended retail price from Elna. There are 11 available. There are 32 people who've got it in their basket, so this could sell out during the break. The reason being, it is almost half price of its recommended retail price. You are also getting over £90 worth of sewing goodies, as well as an Elna non-slip sewing mat that comes with it for free today. That's normally $14.99. So if you were to take out the price of the goodies, you're getting the machine for £94. And 1 pence to be exact. And you're also getting it on 3-way split paper today. It comes with 2-year warranty, amazing accessories as standard, lots of great feet. It also has the ability to lower your feed dogs. So if you've bought the machine and you want to have a go at free motion, stay tuned because Delphine is going to give you all of the tips and tricks of how to get going with free motion. You're not limited with the machine, you can grow with it. So if you are umming and ahhing, don't wait. Check out, it's one of the best deals we've ever done on a, I don't want to even call it an entry-level sewing machine because it is a brilliant Elna machine, but very, very affordable today. Okay, Delphine is about to give us one of the best masterclasses on free motion and offer you a huge booklet for under £10. We will put that graphic in so it's underneath us on the website and you can find it. Over 300 of those booklets have already gone this morning and we haven't even started the show. Stay tuned. Yeah, we start with over 600 of these, so just be aware that this is going to be a sellout show. It will be, but it's going to be very exciting and very interesting. We haven't done anything like this in terms of instruction manual solely dedicated to free motion. I would get your booklet ready now so you can sit back, relax and enjoy Delphine's show. It's there, it's $9.99, it's a big booklet. It doesn't show there, it's not just one page saying quilt as desired or here is an example, just so you can see it is in depth, very in depth, and then you've also got all of your patterns as well included, which we'll go through with Delphine. Delphine did a workshop. She had such a successful workshop where everybody felt super confident that she's done that into a booklet for the Sewing Street family. For anybody who can't make her workshops or classes, and I tell you what, her workshops and classes aren't £10. So definitely get this, and we're going to get her on air to tell us exactly where to start and what free motion is. Don't go anywhere. Well done on the sewing machine, and we'll see you with Delphine for free motion masterclass after this.
Hi, I'm Jo Carter and I'm a soft toy designer and I quilt as well. I've been sewing for as long as I can remember. My great-grandma, my nana, my mum all sewed, and so it's something I grew up around. If I was to give some advice to a new sewer, somebody who wanted to try it, that would be to watch a few tutorials, but then to just give it a go. And try not to focus on achieving the perfect end result. Instead, at first, well, always, focus on enjoying the process and learning a new skill. So those perfect results will come in time, but developing a love for sewing, I think, is a really great way to go. And a tip I've been given that I still use today is make sure you have plenty of seam rippers. It's frustrating enough if you have to remove some stitches, but then if you can't lay your hands on a seam ripper and you have to hunt around for one, that makes it doubly frustrating. So yes, plenty of seam rippers would be my go-to tip.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, welcome back. Thank you so much for everybody who has stayed tuned for this show, because this is something we've wanted to do for a long time. Whenever you get a pattern that is a quilting pattern or, you know, a cushion pattern, and quite often we talk about on air options of quilting, but it's not something we necessarily have chance to focus on, and it is something that I know is quite daunting. Now, a lot of the time that you have seen Delphine's projects and they've been quilted and they're finished, when we're doing applique projects, when we're doing wall hangings, when we're doing cushions, when we're doing bags, when we're doing quilts, I want to say 90 to 90% of your projects have been free motion quilted. That is your go-to, Delphine, isn't it?
Absolutely, 100% every time.
And it scares a lot of people. And I think when you see Delphine's talent and her amazing projects, we presume as crafters, oh, that's going to be sort of out my league. I don't know whether I'm going to be able to do that. And I know that you've encouraged me and so many people to go, no, it really, really isn't that difficult. Everyone should have a go and everyone can do it. And the fact that it is available now as a full instruction set will hopefully encourage so many more people that are still, like me, going, okay, I'm just going to still stick to my crosshatch, or I'm sticking to my sort of, you know, my basic quilting options. Delphine, you actually did a masterclass, a physical class, didn't you?
Yeah.
And you said there were a lot of people who had never done free motion before.
Even right up to setting up the machine, never done. So, so that's what I've based that on. I've taken feedback from that, and it was a huge success. So, yeah, I've taken my inspiration from them ladies, lovely ladies as well.
Now, these are some of the templates that you're going to be able to get within your instructions as well, aren't they? Or
yes.
Patterns.
So they're like some of the samples of what's actually in your instructions. So obviously I've made it into a cushion. That's just like a sampler. So you can obviously make that into a mat, or just have it as literally your, you know, a sample to have nearby on your machine. But each method has got its own. There's a reason behind each one of why I do them. It's some quite uniform, some very free motion. But
I've seen this one a lot. You use this one and this one.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, the stipple, whatever it is. Everyone, that's it. That's one of my go-to because I'm very big about quilting the whole, like all the negative space on a quilt. That negative space being especially with the plique projects, we leave all that plain space. People don't know what to do with it. So maybe the odd. Like you say, a straight stitch or stitching ditches and things like that. That it's often knowing what or how to quilt the background.
Yeah.
So that's why it's a go-to, because it's so quick.
And look at this one as well. I mean, even just on plain fabric, that can be the whole project. It doesn't need to be after you've done patchwork. It doesn't need to be after you've made, you know, a big quilt. It can literally be all free motion on plain fabric. Yeah. Look at your background here. It is adding amazing texture, isn't it?
And like I say, look, there's no trapunto or anything like that.
Really?
No. I mean, obviously, it's a way, you know, when I do trapunto, that is the stitch that I'll always go to, because it does really help push the 3D parts of your work out. But by using that effect, and you know, obviously with that one, there's no fabric on there. It's just literally the threads, and using your threads in a different way, using the bright coloured threads to really bring out your free motion.
Speaking of which, we've actually got your Aurifil set.
Which I'm using today. Yeah.
I can't believe, oh my gosh, Delphine, this must be such an exciting moment when you had the chance to work with Aurifil.
Yeah, really exciting.
Is Aurifil your go-to?
Always my go-to, because it's thin, it's strong, you get loads of it on a spool, especially, you know, with free motion, they do recommend you use the same thread in the top and the bottom, as in colour. But if your machine's set up right, you can't even really tell anyway. So.
You get 1,300 metres on each spool. Delphine, it's the first time I've seen these, and these are your colours, aren't they?
Yeah, they're my colours.
So you've got four variegated. 4 variegated. Or is that one variegated as well?
There's 5 variegated, 1 solid. But they're so subtle. So when it comes to free motion, especially the turquoises and the yellow, even though it's variegated, it's really, really subtle. So you can really, some of them can really stand out.
Oh my gosh, they are absolutely beautiful. 100% premium cotton, 50 weight, so you can use it in the top and you can use it in your bobbin.
Yeah.
6 spools, loads of thread. I'm presuming, obviously, then, if you're doing this stipple or stipple effect, you are going to be using up more thread, aren't you? So you want to make sure you've got these big spools.
Yeah, and they go such a long way. So some of the one that's on the cushion, I actually use some of leftover from John Scott's ones.
Right.
And again, I've had 2 of those.
You've had that for ages, John.
And they just last. Yeah, but they're my go-to all the time with the thread itself, because it's so strong and thin. So that's what you want with when it comes to the free motion, because you don't want to work with a too thick a thread.
These are I believe exclusive to us, am I right?
Yep, you can't get them anywhere else.
And they're signed.
Yeah, and once they're gone, that's it.
You've got all the colours there on the back. They come in the lovely box with Delphine's face on them. $52.99 for all 6 spools. They are amazing quality. You won't look back once you start working with Aurifil. Now, also, we want to get everybody all sort of set up. White fabric. Even if you just use your solids, obviously you can do this on anything, but I think it's a good way to start though, isn't it? Is to have just, you know, your solid, plain white, like the cushions here, make yourself almost like a sampler cushion. Yeah, it's just a plain, you know, because usually more often than not, when we do free motion, we use matching thread to the fabric. But obviously today, with it being a masterclass, I want you to see the mistakes you're going to make. I want you to see the stitches. I want to see where you're going to go with it. So that's why we're using the coloured thread. And it will give you a bit more confidence as well, because usually people go straight into using a matching thread to the fabric, whereas today, you're going to be learning through if you're going through your manual as well, you'll be going step by step. Fantastic. Yeah. It's our regular quilting weight cotton. I mean, it's just a good one to add to your order if you've already paid your posting packaging today, as it's not always one that you can find necessarily on the website very easily. So it's there if you want any lovely white quilting weight cotton. Perfect to, like you say, to be able to see your stitches. The whole point in today's masterclass is that you can see it. Yeah. And you might not want to grab one of the quilts that you haven't got yet quilted and go, right, I'm going to go straight into that. You want to have a little bit of a practice. Yeah, definitely. And that's what you're going to make mistakes during this, but that's what it's all about. And you know, and that's how we learn. And then with each pattern has a different method, so it's not just all going. You know, there is certain method of control and ways of doing it. So which I like, because I think a lot of people just presume, oh, free motion, you just go for it, you draw how you're feeling, and I'd be like, oh, I don't know where I'm going. So I like that there is actually a process to it. Now these are, again, neutral fabric. It's going to be ideal to see your stitching. Beautiful colours together, actually. You get a metre of each just to get everybody sort of set up. If you want any fabric, you've got your natural seeded cotton, you've got white, and you've got that lovely misty blue, which is one of my favourites. Good into your stash with a discount today for Delphine's masterclass, under £20. Obviously, you're going to need to get yourself some fabric. If you haven't got a huge stash, then this is going to be brilliant. £19.99 with a discount. Now, right, just having a bit of a flick through your instructions, it's brilliant because it will talk you through exactly how to get yourself sort of set up, what you might need, what is free motion, how do you sew, how to set yourself up. And one thing you mentioned about is waddings. Yeah. Do you use a specific wadding, Delphine? My go-to would always be an 80-20 or a bamboo every time, only because a lot of the times I don't actually put a... This is my version of free motion, you know, everyone does it differently. I tend to, say for example, I'm doing projects like this, I won't put a backing fabric on. Right. So the 80-20 in the bamboo will go through the machine really, really nicely. If you were using a polyester wadding, you'd have to put a backing on it because it will catch, too lofty. Yeah. This is the 80-20. I know that, as we say, it is down to personal preference. There's no sort of right or wrong of what waddings you use, but Delphine's recommendation today is your 80-20. And actually, I must say, it's probably most of our guest designers go to. It's our best-selling wadding, £5.99. 80% cotton, 20% polyester, and it's just £5.99. But having that polyester, it means it's going to wash well, dry, you know, well. It's going to be lovely for cushions. Would you use this in quilts as well? Yes. It's my go-to for pretty much everything. Yeah. Brilliant. Good to have a stash of your fabrics, but also stash your waddings. Now, you mentioned bamboo as well. We have got bamboo. It's just nice and soft. It's just a bit, I suppose it feels a bit more luxury. I suppose, but you don't feel that, you don't see this or necessarily, can you still feel though when it's within the project? Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It's just more of a luxury for me. The bamboo. This is 50% bamboo, 50% cotton. It's £5.99. Bamboo's got natural antibacterial properties as well, hasn't it? So it's also more eco-friendly, I suppose, isn't it? Yes, I suppose. £5.99. It's really wide, by the way. So if you get one unit of this, it's really, you've got plenty on there to be able to do. For ½ metre, you've got enough to play around. Make a cushion or a couple of cushions at least, look. 228 centimetres wide. Now, the machine that Delphine's using is the 720. Now, earlier on, I was looking at the 240. It has the capability of lowering the feed dogs. What sort of machine or what capability do I need from a machine to be able to do free motion?
You need to be able to drop your feed dogs and be able to attach a darning foot, free motion foot to your machine. So most machines actually come with one, but or you always get the one that's recommended by your manufacturer. So I'm not going to go and tell you buy this foot. Check the manufacturer of your machine and go and buy it separately. So, for example, my very first machine was a base model machine, very, very basic. Didn't come with one. It was a Janome. And so obviously I just Googled which one I needed and then got it in the post and then whacked it on, and that was when my free motion journey really, really began.
The one that we had earlier on, the 240, doesn't come with a free motion foot, but it does have the capability to lower your feed dog, so you can grow with it. If you're at that point, you can then buy a separate attachment, like you say, your free motion or darning foot. So, I mean, well, what is free motion quilting?
Free motion is giving you the ability to basically draw with your machine, using your thread as its ink almost, and you're in complete control of it. And it's the one thing that a lot of people worry about, because they feel like, well, I'm not in control. But that fabric will not move unless you move your hands. So even if the needle is going up and down in the one spot, it's absolutely fine, and you don't feel like you have to rush it. So it's just drawing, creating patterns and texture using your machine, but you're in complete control. So, and the better you get at it, it's almost, you can give it like a long arm effect to your machine. So especially if you do a lot of quilting, so if you want to save a few pennies and you don't have a long arm, then it's definitely worth having.
So we talked about what's required from your machine. So in terms of lowering your feed dogs, that is what is stopping your fabrics from feeding through on its own, isn't it?
Yeah.
So do you find it's easier to go slower or faster? How do you sort of start yourself?
It's really important to keep it consistent. So obviously I'm a fast sewer, but I do reduce, because obviously this machine is very, very quick at its top speed. So I reduce it to about 3/4 of its capability. So you don't want to go too slow, because your stitches could go too big. If you go in really, really quick, and obviously stitches can be really, really close together. So it's a matter of being consistent. You don't want to keep jumping on and off the pedal whenever you're doing the free motion. So by finding a speed that's consistent, a decent speed, about 3/4 of a very fast modern machine such as this one. If you've got a base model machine, then again you might just want to keep it at that top speed if you can't change the speed in it. But it's important to just keep, when I say consistent, get that foot to the floor. With your foot right down to the floor on the pedal. And you don't feel like the machine's going to take off and jump out the window, because it's going so quick. You just want to keep it at that speed, and just making sure that you just relax. The more you relax, because the one thing you will do, you're going to be, your shoulders are going to get higher to your ears, and you'll feel tense. And that's something that sometimes even I'll do that, you know, because I'm going, I'm in the moment. So just being something that's a calming little hum on your machine. Okay.
Now, you're working on the 720. How do you lower your feed dogs on there?
Lower
get it set up for us. Because you normally, if you're doing free motion, it will all be set up.
It would already be set up.
So you said, I'm going to do it and show you exactly how to do it.
So obviously I've just come to my machine as it is, when I switch it on. So it's on the normal, it's got the normal foot on it. Well, actually, it's got a open toe foot on it, but it's got the normal foot on this one.
Yeah.
And so all you're going to do is drop your feed dogs. There's a switch at the side, and it's even got the teeth up and the teeth down. Just switch it down. Automatically, my feed dogs are down. And obviously, this isn't the correct foot for this machine. So the one thing that's brilliant about the 720, because I've dropped the feed dogs, it's telling me what foot I need to put on.
Oh, brilliant.
So already I've got that diagram there saying you need to put on the free motion foot. So with that, really, really simple to do. So I'm just going to...
Obviously, every machine is slightly different for this, but quite often it's either at the side or the backing machine that you can drop your feed dogs. It will be in your instruction manual, but if you've got any questions, let us know. Even the machine that we did earlier on, the 240 in the last hour, you can lower the feed dogs. It doesn't come with the darning foot, but you can buy one. Yeah,
Really important as well to make sure when you are doing free motion, because there is a lot of vibration in the machine, because you are going quite quick for a consistent speed, you do want to make sure that that's nice and tight.
Right, okay.
As well. So now...
I mean, that was seconds.
Yeah, so it's ready to go. It's ready to go already. So before you begin sewing your free motion, make sure you collect your bobbin thread up. So it's usually a down, the needle down, then up again. Or if you haven't got that on your machine, just turn it, make sure your thread's there, ready to go. Also, if your machine has the capability to do it, try and keep your needle in the needle down position at all times, because when you stop, if it doesn't, it's going to come back on and it's going to be tricky for you to then go back in on that exact
Can you
point.
do that on this machine?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Of course you can.
Because quite often when you stop sewing, it does go down and then it will come back up.
Yeah.
But you can press the button that it will stay down.
And it will stay down.
Okay.
Yeah. And once you've told it once, it will do it. So you can actually program this machine to do that as well.
Right.
So, and the majority, obviously, the more computerised machines, you can just program it in. It's very, very simple. You just go into the memory and it will tell you. And then you just always have your need in the down position. So, yeah, but otherwise, just do a bit of a turn on your machine. So.
Yeah, this is all talked about in the booklet anyway.
Oh, yeah, I'll put all that in there.
Brilliant.
All right, so you get started.
Yeah.
Right then, so because obviously this is just, you're not going to expect for the first time for this to be perfect. This is how we learn. See this as like a bit of coursework, if you like. So you're going to get a piece of your plain fabric and you're just going to section it off into a 9 patch. For this, I'm just using...
What type of pen are you using?
I'm using a friction pen, which you will need or some kind of erasable marker for this project.
Well, I was looking at your name on the bottom here, and I thought, I'd love, how cool would it be to be able to sew, write your own name? And you're going to be able to do that by the end of your master class booklet, aren't you? And you practice, obviously.
Yeah.
Practice, it takes practice.
But it's one of those things that I still do now, doing the writing the name. Because even if you're not very good at doing your own, say, drawings or pictures, well, one thing about this, yes, it's called free motion, but you still need to have control. And by doing that on that section, it's forcing you to have complete control. Even though that you've got that fluidity of the movement, you still need to make sure you're on it every single time.
Oh, there's a lady who attended one of your free motion classes recently. She says she's lovely, talented and a patient lady and brought some of the panels today.
Oh, bless her. Oh, she was fabulous. So we were doing the name challenge and she was doing it really small. Yeah. And then it got bigger and bigger and she got more and more confident with it. And she travelled for miles.
Yeah, did that look like a Wales?
Yeah.
Really Wales?
Yeah, bless her. Oh, they were such a lovely bunch of ladies. And to watch, considering it was only a 6-hour workshop, obviously you take away the lunch break and everything else, to watch, see where they started and when they finished and the confidence was really, really nice to see, yeah.
Brilliant.
So you're going to do your 9 patch, like that, and then you've got your pattern. So let's have a look at the... So you can do... Oh, sorry, I've got...
No, you've put lots of patterns, haven't you, in the back of the book. I'm not calling it instruction, it says... What does it say on there? It doesn't say book, does it? It's a book.
It's a book. So this one, pattern 1, so this is the one we're going to start with, which is our basic stipple effect. So what we're going to do, if you have got a light box or anything like that, you can use it, but you can see, as you can see the pattern.
Oh, they've been printed nice and thick.
Yeah, so we thought of everything. Well, I can't take the what's it for that because it was Nick that did that for me. So what you're going to do, you're just going to trace over the line. So, because if I gave you this and just went, go and do a stipple effect, you'll be like, what? So by doing it this way.
So you won't always do this going forward. This is going to give you the confidence to then get you groove.
It's the thing is about free motion. It's about having that muscle memory. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's with anything, the more we do something, the better you get at it, and you'll get used to doing the sizing. So, when you do this, some people will start really big, and then in some sections it will go really small. But it's just about keeping it consistent. So with this one, I'm gonna draw it all on, but you don't need to if you I'm just rushing ahead now.
You're so speedy at tracing. Right, it's all
But
there.
also, just doing that, just by doing that itself, and then maybe do it on some scrap piece of paper, you're getting used to doing that that movement.
Yeah.
It's really important to give it a go.
It's my birthday, and what better way to gift than to watch an inspiring Delphine and, of course, treat myself. Happy birthday, Catherine in Nottingham.
Oh, bless her. Happy birthday.
birthday.
So what you're going to do now is also try and have a test piece as well, like off the side or something like that, or a separate bit of fabric before you actually start. And also make sure you've got some scissors nearby to nip the threads.
Early bird today. Oh, Sue's asked a question about your threads. Delphine, I've got your RFL threads. Do you use another thread in your bobbin for free motion?
No, if you've got the thread on the rules, even, I don't stick to rules, so they have to be the exact same. Sometimes if I'm using a thread that I really want to work with and I haven't got enough to put it in the bobbin, I'll just put a plain in the bobbin. So,
okay.
But it
Rule
depends.
breaker.
Yeah, but then that's just me. But I don't stick to the rules. So what you want to do, so if I was working on a whole cloth quilt, I would actually sew from the centre outwards. The reason why I do that is because it will smooth out the fabric as you go.
What's a whole cloth quilt?
A whole cloth quilt, I suppose that cushion is a small example, because there's no fabric on there. It's all been quilted. The design is all been done from free motion. There's nothing else on that cushion apart from free motion stitching. Nothing else. No fabrics, nothing.
If you have a look on Pinterest and Festival of Quilts, wherever you are, there's some amazing whole cloth.
Oh yeah. So what we're going to do, so
it's a whole genre
because this is step one, you don't feel like you have to go. If you're not directly on the line, it doesn't matter. It's a friction pen. When you iron it off, it's going to disappear. So don't worry about it.
Now, obviously, when you're stitching normally as you feed dogs, you are going straight. This, you have got ability to go left, right, forward, back, whichever way you want.
Yeah, and just trying to keep the speed of your hands inconsistent with the speed of the machine.
Okay.
So, but also you don't want to keep stopping and starting. You want to try and keep it nice and smooth.
Can I stop though, or do I need to do that whole square of
You
stitching?
can stop, yeah. I mean, if the door goes, whatever, of course you can stop. It doesn't matter. And also, because we're doing it in coloured thread, as you build in confidence, you will start using a contrasting thread to your fabrics. That's something that I do quite a lot with now, just to bring some more colour. So if I had like a big cream background, I might use a pale yellow or a pale pink or turquoise or something like that to actually do the free motion with. But if you're new, more often than not, you're going to be using a white thread on white fabric. Yeah. So if you make a mistake or you skip a stitch, no one can see it. Yeah. You probably won't even see it once you're finished. So you've got to be be kind to yourself. Yeah. So, and this is, if you're going to make mistakes, this is where you do it. Yeah. Well, that's why we learn, isn't it? That's how we learn. So I've just dropped it to 3/4 speed. And then straight away, I don't want this here. I want to cut this away, because the way you'll sew, you might end up sewing it down. So straight away, I'll cut that away. And if you notice, because I've already asked my machine to do it, it's already in the needle down position. And then just very smoothly, I'm just going over near to those lines. This is just lesson 1, so
look at that 720. It just purrs you, doesn't it?
She does. That's it. I'm just sort of meandering in my own little way. I'm sort of following a line, but it's giving me that indication of where I should go next.
No one's going to know where your original line was, anyway.
No. And it's just a matter of keeping, you want to sort of play chicken almost with the thread. You don't want to go over where you've been.
Right, you don't overlap at all?
No overlapping. Again, if you do, it's not the end of the world.
It's just nice having that confidence with your template, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
To not be looking at a blank square.
So it's just giving me, like I said, I'm not going directly on the line.
And you can hear Delphine is breathing, is talking. You look quite relaxed.
And there we go. So if I just press that away. So if I just press that line away, I can redo those lines of my patch.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And there you go. So what we're looking for is consistency in stitch length. I didn't jump my foot on and off the pedal at all. Yeah. So as you can see, I've made that design. So it's all fairly consistent in size as well. No stitches are overlapping. There's no puckering. You want to try and use a large space. Some people prefer to wear gloves. Yeah. I'm not a fan of using those, but everyone's different. You can even get little things you put on your fingers as well to grip your fabric. Again, this is my preference to not use a backing fabric. The reason why, a couple of reasons why. One, I see it as a bit of a waste if I'm only going to use it as a cushion. If I was doing a competition quilt, I'd put a backing on because they will actually look at the back of your quilts. Another reason why is that if this was a big quilt and you've got a backing on there, you're also going to be, if you haven't got a big throat space, it's going to be hard and you're going to find that you're going to be jumping around a lot. Okay. But obviously this has got a beautiful throat space.
Yeah, and I was going to ask as well, at home, would you put your extension table on?
An extension table, something like this is perfect because the bigger space you've got to work with, the better. Okay. So obviously, if you've got just a little domestic machine, you just do it with a cushion, that's absolutely fine. But if you're going to be quilting large, so if I was doing this on a quilt, yeah, you definitely want that bigger space to work with because you won't have to keep stopping and starting. This one comes with an extension table, doesn't it? It's got a really big one, yeah. Really
Look at that! Look at that picture. It comes with a huge extension table, a really wide sewing space. So, I mean, this is why a lot of quilters I know go for this machine because it does have that huge sort of throat space, and it's all very well lit as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really bright, so there's no need for any extra lights or anything like that. So I've sat in the dark. Sometimes I've actually been doing it in the winter in my sewing room, and I've just been sewing away, especially when I'm doing free motion, because, you know, sometimes, as you know, I'll sometimes free motion the whole background of in a big applique quilt, which it's not the quickest when you do it like that, but the effect is beautiful. And I've often looked up and I've realised my room's in darkness, but
but your light's still good.
Yeah, so it is nice and light.
Should I always use the pedal on a constant speed without using the setting without the pedal, without using that start-stop button?
You can do. The more confident you get, yeah, absolutely, you can do. So I mean, your hands are not far from it anyway. So for an example, I'll show you on the next one. Yeah. So what we'll do for that next one is, once you've got used to doing that, obviously I'm aware that these are only 6-inch squares, so this is like a little taster. But obviously at home, if you want to you can do the whole thing if you want to, and but this is just a little taster session.
Hi Vicky and Delphine, I did the course last week. Delphine breaks it down so well. I feel more confident about free motion. It's easier than you think. That's Lindsay.
Oh, well done. Yeah, they were so lovely. We had a really nice little chat as well. But again, the confidence, Lindsay, especially, bless her, she was like, I've never done anything like this before. And, and again, they go in there and they just followed the course. I've made 1 or 2 adjustments to some patterns from listening to feedback, from thinking, what else do people need to do, rather than just wiggle the fabric around. So, I'm thinking more about, as we go on through the instructions, more about the structure and learning more about what you can make things look like a long arm and things like that. So I can show you all.
Thank you for doing that, because I know how busy you are, and I know that this will have taken a lot of time.
Yeah, I was sending it back and forward from Hayley, thinking, I've got to get it. Is this okay? But it's worked out really. Yeah, I'm proud of this one.
I was going to say, you must be so proud, but it's also brilliant for us, isn't it? Because the amount of times that we admire Delphine's free motion work, and we have never had an instruction set like it before. It's through no fault of any designer, but quite often when you're making something and you're trying to do all the construction, it is then personal choice, quilt as desired. So to be able to have that resource that you're going to be able to go to after every project is complete and go, right, actually, how am I going to free motion at this time? Getting lots of inspiration with different patterns in there, and learning how that they are constructed as well, because like you said, there is more sort of a process to it than just wiggle around under the machine.
Yeah, and I think by starting with just these basic stuff, because
would you go through in that order?
Yes,
then?
Yeah. Okay. I've designed it so you do go through each step, and there's a reason behind each one. Obviously, we're not doing feathering or anything like that in this. This is like not a beginner's, but an introduction to patterns that you're going to use, whether you're do a plique or whether you're a piecer, or even if you're a bag maker and you want to make some, you know, get a bit more structure on your bags, and obviously free motion is the perfect one to do that.
Do you think that it isn't just the aesthetic then? Does it add more?
Yeah, it adds a lot more weight. Obviously, especially when you do like trapunto work, or if I do, you know, if I do this stipple effect on a quilt, you know, because the amount of times I can go up and down the country doing talks and things, and I'm lugging all my samples with me, and I just know I haven't got to get an iron out because it's already done, because it smooths the fabric out. So as long as you treat your fabric correctly, you know, do a bit iron, you know, or you almost need an iron as much as you need a sewing machine. That's one thing I always say. So just taking your time with it and just trust the process. So the next one, we're going on to pattern 2. So once you've mastered pattern 1, you've got used to that shape. And again, if you feel that you want to, you can actually just draw it as well, because you're getting used to that rhythm. So at home, always start, if you're going to do this at home as an iron patch, start in the middle. And then, obviously, you can trace underneath the corners. So with this one, because I know the pattern, what I'm going to do is just show you again. So you would trace.
So this is now like a lot sort of smaller, like.
Yeah, so, but by all means you can trace this or just do it as a bit of a sample. So I'm just going to go straight in now, but imagined I have actually traced that on.
Oh yeah, friction pen is key for this, isn't it? I know we answered this question earlier on, but Ellen said, have you put a backing on the back of that one?
No, I haven't put a backing on. Again, it's my personal preference because it takes away the bulk. It stops you putting pins in it. You can baste it, but the only trouble is with basting spray is that some sprays, for example, one of the troubleshooting parts of free motion is if you get any glue on your needle, it can make your stitches jump. So to begin with, I wouldn't bother. If you're going to be using an 80-20 or bamboo, it should go through your machine smoothly. Or if you're not comfortable, put a backing fabric on it, but keep your workspace small so you haven't got loads of clips and pins, because you'll be concentrating so much on where you're going, because you've almost got to think of free motion like when you drive. I think I even say this in the instructions, that you've got to look about where you're going next, not where you've been. So when you're looking that way, if you get a pin and you hear that big bang of your machine and you've snapped a needle, it's happened to me before, it ruins your confidence, you know. So if you're new to this, please try not to have loads of pins through your fabric.
Yeah.
All right.
That's so metaphorical for life, isn't it? Look at the future, don't look back.
Yeah, look where you're going, not where you've been.
Not where you've been.
So again, the process is exactly the same.
That could be the name of your book, Delphine.
And then, as you can see, I'm just doing the exact thing that I did before, but all I'm doing is going smaller and smaller. Now, this is, as you said, Vix, this is like one of my go-to. You see this on loads of my work because I'm not really thinking about it, you know?
But I love about, like you said, this isn't necessarily beginners. It is a beginner's guide in a workshop, but it isn't, oh, this is only what you will use as a beginner. You use this
all the time. It's my go-to because, like I say, it allows me to quilt and you know, at a quick pace. I'm not having to think about it. You know, I can just have a podcast or something on in the background, and you can just switch off.
What's your favourite podcast, Delphine? What are you listening to at the minute?
I'm listening to a lot of football ones at the moment.
Are you?
Yeah. I'm getting really into football though.
You're such a football mum, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm a right little soccer mom now. Yeah.
You and Sarah Davis together.
But it's is she really into it as well?
Her little boy's soccer mom. Yeah, she's a soccer mom as well. I always see her on Instagram. She's there doing the bacon, but it's for everyone.
Oh, bless her.
Yeah. Got a question come in. How much pressure do you need to use to move the fabric?
Oh, I'm hardly pressing it.
Okay.
I think if you press too hard, you could actually catch underneath. You might find it's like, oh, it's not moving, and you might feel like you're being a bit just relax. Just relax.
We need to have
a
little shake it off before you start.
Yeah, and I do even say, you know, like, because this is quite intense, especially if you're new, you might be like, oh God, you know, I've got my shoulders up to me. Just get up, walk away, get a cup of tea, come back, and have to sit down. You know, so just take your time with it.
My name is Vic and Delphine. I've got the book and I feel a bit more confident to try again. Had shoulders up to the ears, but I must remember to breathe, said Susan. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I must say, anybody who has sewed for a long, long time, that's when you might actually find this a bit more difficult. If you're newer to sewing, I found someone threw me on a sewing machine when I just started at Sewing Quarter and had a go, and I was like, oh, I could do it, but it was because my muscle memory wasn't in. You did
it in the old with me, didn't you?
Yeah, and it actually was a lot freer to do it when I had, you know, very little sewing experience. So anybody who is newer, don't think, oh well, I've got to wait until I've got a lot more experience in quilting and sewing before I have a go at this. This is for everybody to have a go. These instructions will be a fab additions to anybody's stash. I love Free Motion Class with Delphine at the beginning of June. That was from Sue in Cheshire. Have you been up and down the country?
Oh, bless her. Sue, she was fascinating woman. Yeah. We had lots of chats and stuff.
Oh, you need to do more of these classes.
Well, I'm going to. I'm going to.
He's gone tour.
I'm going to put some on the website, hopefully by the end of next week.
Brilliant.
Yeah, as well as other workshops that I'll be teaching as well. So,
are you going to do it in Warwickshire? You're doing
but I'm also going to be doing various other workshops, more applique ones, and we're going to be making applique lampshades and all.
Tell me when it is, because I'll come and have a piece of cake.
Yeah, that'd be lovely.
Please tell me.
Yeah,
because I know that you've got a lovely bakery that you probably have cake.
Yeah, which I bought for the ladies. The lemon drizzle went down a storm.
Oh yeah, I've had that lemon drizzle at Delphine's before.
Oh, you have, haven't you? Yeah.
Just very quickly, anybody who can't get to those workshops and classes, this is why this booklet is brilliant, because you have put all of the tips and everything that, you know, everybody, the feedback that all these ladies sort of gave you from the workshop, or things that they, because when you're so used to doing something, you might not think about the things that I'm thinking of as a newbie. Yeah. So it is good that you've got from all angles lots of different people's concerns and troubleshooting and things that they've had go wrong that you've put into this booklet.
That's it, because there was one of the patterns that was quite swirly. The ladies, they didn't get on with it, and I thought, why is that? You know, because we are using it in other areas anyway, and I'm thinking, what else do people need to learn rather than just swirling the fabric around, you know, swirling the hands around. That's when, you know, I'll go over to in a minute, but some that are a bit more more strict. Yeah, that's not the right word, but it's making it have more control, more structured, and I think some of you might even prefer those free, because you're still feeling like, oh, I'm following a pattern, and it's rather than, you know, you might find those easier
than going too off piece,
than going straight to being like this. So
even though you've said, right, go in this order, this is your sort of natural progression order, you might find one of them later on easier than this one. It's been brilliant to watch, Delphine. I love Free Motion. I've ordered the book. Thank you for a lovely morning. That's from Mandy. We've still got more to do, don't worry.
Yeah,
go on, Delphine. More.
So another one of my favourite go-to is, you've seen, is the circles. Now this is...
Oh, that's this one here,
yeah. So the one thing this one's going to do, obviously you can trace it all, but they're not all the same shape, but I love doing this, especially on some of like my animal appliques and things like that. That's one of my go-tos. Now this one's probably is a step up from this, because obviously with the stipple effect you're going to be constantly going in different directions, whereas this you're having to really concentrate on where you're going to next. Yeah. So you always got to think ahead with free motion. So you do a circle, like, oh, right, so where am I going? You've got to think about the next step of where you're going to go to. And also, a lot of people, when they first do this design, they're thinking, oh, I'll do one, and then I'll stop, do one, and then I'll stop, and feeling that you can only go round it once. If you need to get that extra time, go round it 2 or 3 times if you need to. But I'm also going to demonstrate that by keeping that needle going up and down in the same spot is absolutely fine. It's not going to damage your work or anything like that. And also it will give you the time to make the decision of where you're going to go to next. Brilliant. So this is where it's going to test your directional skills a bit more. But if you trace it, if you trace the pattern that I've done, you've got it there ready to go anyway. So,
and all the patterns are included in the $9.99, which is amazing. We're looking on selling out. There's fewer than 100 and way more people who have got it in their basket than we have available. So we've never done anything like this.
I've done one circle, then I'm like, right, okay, I'm going to go here. And then I'm going to stop for a second going, where am I going to go now? Okay, I'm going to go to that one next. And then if you feel like, oh, I'm not quite ready to go to the next one, where shall I go? Oh, I'll stop there, and then I'll do another circle.
And you're going round some of these circles more than one.
Yeah, you can, yeah.
I really like that, because I think it gives it like a doodled effect.
It does, yeah. And that's quite good if you're going to be doing applique. You know, you want that more doodle effect if you're going to go over any raw edge applique with this method. But as you can see, I'm taking my time to go, right, I'll go around that one. Then it's like, oh, I've got to get to those two, so I'll go round twice. And then I'll do that one, and then, oh, I need to go up there again. So it's given me that confidence to, again, consistent speed. I was stopping at one point, but not once did you hear the machine stop.
Yeah.
But I was stopping plenty of times. Yeah. And there's no extra damage to it. Let me just get rid of those circle lines.
Brilliant. Yeah.
I'll do it on there.
And as I say, it does just give you on my, I don't know, oh no, we're not at my camera, but there you go. That sort of doodled effect is brilliant. There you go.
So it's a lovely design, that one. It's, again, one of my favourites to go to do, because there's so much quilting in it. So, and if you're doing it with just a matching thread, it gives it such lovely texture. And like I said, it makes your machine a bit more weighty. So, and again, you can do that in any size as well. So you can do it this size, you can do it smaller, bigger. It's absolutely fine. So yes, that's number 3.
Sue's asked a question. Delphine, brilliant demonstration. I've tried free motion, but I seem to find myself get stuck in the corners of stippling or stifling. How can I avoid this? Go to the corners.
Yeah, so always make sure if what you're asking means you don't know where to go next because you get stuck in the corner, you need to go around the edges. Always start in the middle, work your way out, and also always make sure you've got extra wadding behind. So always make your wadding and bigger. So I quite often actually go off. For example, I'll quite often go off the fabric into the the quilt, and also when you trim it down, that's gone anyway. So if I get myself into a corner, like here, for example, and just go off the fabric.
Right.
If what you mean you just get stuck in the corner, like your fabric's pulling, then what I would do is stitch it down slightly just so it's weighted down before you actually sew. The only thing is with that though is because what free motion does, especially if you're doing it quite small, it pushes your fabric out. So it will smooth. So even if I did a straight stitch in the corner, so almost like anchor it down, as you sew it, it could push it up in the corner. So even just like that with my fingers there. So. Right. But otherwise, yeah, use what you've got. Go off the page. The page, you know what I mean. Yeah. So the next lesson. So once you've done those 3, what we're going to do, we're going to start to come into something that's a bit more controlled now. So this is perfect for you to do. So if you want any pieced quilts, so we're actually going on to a piecing element now. So again, you can copy that. Or so this is you'll be practicing having a bit more control with your pattern. So I'm just going to draw this on, but by all means trace.
But you have got that template, the back of your pattern there to be able to literally trace it out. And if I want to do that over a larger project, I just move the template across.
Yeah, you move the template, and again, it's muscle memory. So once you've done it a few times, but so this one's is forcing you to be a bit more in control. So
would you do that freehand?
Me, personally, that bit, once I've got used to it, once you've done it a couple of times.
So you would do a few rows like that and then you just carry on your own?
And I actually encourage at this part in the course, if you like, is to actually give it a go. Because you might find it easier. You might prefer not having the template. You might find it, because once you've got that muscle memory there, you'll be able to do repeat. But there's no harm in actually doing,
This is going back to driving again. It's almost like knowing the way somewhere or putting your sat-nav on. Yeah. Because otherwise, there's so many times, my mum, she does not like to follow the sat-nav. She likes to know where she's going. She'll look on the map and see where she's going. But I like to just put my maps on and I just follow that. So I would like to just follow your directions.
So for something like
other people like to just use that muscle memory and know that's where they're going.
For a pattern like this, for example, perfect thing to do, get some template plastic. Just draw one, and then you can draw one and you just trace around the plastic.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and that way you're always going to have that, it's consistent, So
but you might not want that effect.
You
might want it to look more free.
But so just get some template plastic, but this is again forcing you to be a bit more, much more uniform rather than all the wiggly lines. So again, you can take your time with it. And it's easy when you sat down, trust me.
When you're sitting, so you recommend set yourself up when you're sitting and
because I'm up here and I can only just see it. So, but if I was sat down here, where I'd normally be.
And you're looking again at where you're going. You're not looking at what the needle is at that second.
And you see, I'm just keeping it consistent. There's no harm in stopping still, but I'm not stopping the machine. So again, you've got that nice fluid pattern, and you can just keep doing these little bumps in the road over and over again.
Nice.
So that moves us on to this one. Now, because with everything we've
What's
worked,
this one? Sorry, I can't see it.
So this is like a...
right, this one looks brilliant. It looks almost like you long arm quilted.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't know that was free motion at all. I would not have a clue where to start with this.
No, so what I love about this one is you hit it straight on the head. I've gone for this one to think more of long arm quilting. Perfect for patchwork. Yeah. Because especially because you've got the seams and the lines of the fabric to actually follow, haven't you? So especially if you've got like lots of straight seams, you'll be following those. And I've even done a sample in the book about where of me actually using it, and it will give the effect of a long arm. So again, you can draw it on, but what you're doing here is that up until now, everything you've done has been a curve. So it's making you work in straight lines. Those aren't very straight lines.
But this one we can overlap this time.
Yeah, so this one you can overlap. So
I love it with the variegated thread, by the way, Delphine. This looks brilliant.
And then, so it's just...
And the great thing about using a friction pen, like you said there, I don't like the design, they're not straight enough. I'm going to just quickly iron it and do another one.
So this is making you work in free motion, but straight lines.
And you do this any which way? You're just making that up there?
Yeah, so, but obviously you've got...
I've got my pattern to follow.
You've got your pattern to follow. And if you actually follow it like a maze, it all finishes, so don't worry about that. So, again, it's forcing you to go straight lines, which up until now, we've not actually done at all. So everything's all been curved and fluid. And
what's the benefit though of having it as free motion as opposed to putting my dogs back up and putting my normal foot on?
Time.
Okay.
Yeah, 100% time. It's a lot quicker. If you're working on a pieced quilt and you were doing it in this way, you'd have to stop, needle down, you'd have to turn it. So you're going to be moving. It's going to take a lot of time. Also,
especially on a quilt,
it will be much harder to do it. Whereas this, the quilt is facing you the whole time. Yeah. So if you've got your flatbed out, you'll be constantly pulling it through the throat space, and pins will be coming out.
Right. Yeah, brilliant.
So so that's the benefit of this one.
Do you adjust your stitch lengths, asked Cindy?
So again, if most machines, especially with the more modern day machines, they know exactly what they know. They adjust it for you automatically. Some people say, oh, I'm going to go down to 0. But again, depending on your speed, your stitches could be quite small. I've always with all, 4 of my machines, I just keep it at the standard 2.5.
Okay.
It works for me. Everyone's different. Check your machine. Your machine manual might tell you something different.
Because you're in control of your stitch length.
You're in control of your stitch length, but I think it's just the speed.
Speed that the
yes. I always just keep it at a standard 2.5.
Right.
Or if I use my other machine, which I use for workshops, I'll take that one with me, and that's all I adjust it to. So, so just have a bit of a play with it, because some of them might say, oh, why don't you change the thread tension? And no, just So again, it all depends. For example, one of the ladies had an older machine, and she did have to change her top tension, I think.
Okay.
But again, I can't speak for all the varieties.
Loads of dials, tension dials.
Yeah, so I'm just going off the standard of what I've been doing free motion now since, well, I did do it at college, but 2017.
Okay.
And that was on a really base model machine, and that's all I used. And that was, I didn't know anything about tension or anything then. So just, again, keeping the speed consistent, and then looking where you're going, straight down the line. but it'd be really nice to start seeing people quilting their pieced quilts in this way. Much more interesting than stitching in the ditch as well, isn't it?
Sue's asked, sorry, I've just tuned in and you've probably already answered this. She says, my biggest problem is deciding how to quilt large pieces of printed design, like the window panels behind you, Delphine. So see where your actual printed panels are.
Yeah.
Which one of those would you be doing onto the printed designs?
Onto these printed designs. I suppose with anything like where I've actually got the lines, you could sort of follow. If you were just doing, if you want to actually keep this as the main focus, I'd do it very little. But it would also be like you could follow the actual lines of the actual design itself. It depends, because there's so much colour on there. Unless you kept changing your thread, the colour could maybe.
So you wouldn't necessarily be free motioning
on
that part. You would be doing within your sashing.
Yeah,
within that negative space.
Yeah, oh, definitely. But even just by, you can, you know, go up and down on some of the trees, for example, and even some of the lines, and then definitely the water. If you free motion like the water in the background, and on that one, for example, the distance, following the lines with the matching thread. So again, you can have extra detail, but just be mindful of anything that's got a lot of colour going on in one space, because if you had the coloured thread, it could take you the look away from it. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I like the way you nod and go, yeah.
I do understand, don't you, Sue? We will understand.
So this next one was actually the lady's favourite design to go to. You've seen me do this. If you've seen my work over the last few years, you would have seen this design on so many pieces of my work. So this is simply an echo, which I refer to as the echo one, because basically you could work with, basically answering that question, you could work with the design that you've already got. Mm-hmm. Work with the design you've already got, you could work with a plique and you echo in that shape.
This would be nice on the trees.
Yeah.
This would be really nice in the background on your landscapes. This one, Sue, would be great.
Because you're echoing what's already there. You know, so if I was to quilt this, for example, on this one, this was the stitch I'd actually go to, because you're going to start echoing around the shapes that are already there. Very, very simple. You know, or you can do, you sort of can do this with a straight stitch as well, and not a free motion if you wanted to, but you will have to keep doing a pivot. So what we're going to do with this one, this is so easy to do.
Christine says, I love the bubble effect, it's so clever.
And then,
right on.
So what you want to do, you're just going back and forth, keeping those stitches about 1/4 inch apart.
You're not worried about being completely straight?
No, you want to be nice and curved, and basically you're going off in different directions. Try not, again, no overlapping. And you're filling in those spaces with your thread. And you could be echoing around different shapes. So say if I did this where I did some applique directly onto, say, an animal applique, I'd follow the shape of, say, the eyes and do this all the way around it, and using that to create texture and movement onto your work.
Fiona said, did you have fun on Sunday? Went to the Hathaway Quilters. She says she wasn't there the day you were there, but she says she was really impressed by the skills as a group.
Oh.
Did you go to the Hathaway Quilters?
Yes, yeah, the Hathaway Quilters, bless them. I taught a workshop there on Sunday. And I need a rest. Yeah, I was there on Sunday teaching a giraffe applique, and bless them, an incredible group of ladies, Hathaway in Stratford. And they did this gorgeous exhibition for 2 days. And they had so many people come, and all the quilts. It was really, really good to see, actually. But yeah, lovely bunch of very talented sewers. So again, really, really quick. If you want to quilt something, that's your go-to. Really, really quick. Adds a lot of weight as well. And if you like being more free and not as restricted, that's the one to go to.
Brilliant.
And so the only other one. So say if you wanted, say if you're a piecer and you just want to piece. If you just want to do, you know, if you're just piecing squares, but you want more than a bit of stitch in the ditch. This is a nice one. So say if this was just like a, I don't know, a 2.5, 3 inch square, This has got a bit of everything. This has got the freedom of the curve and then the structure of the straight stitch. So I'll just quickly go over this one.
Once again, you've got all the templates. You don't need to freehand this like Delphine is doing. You've got your templates in the back of your booklet, which, by the way, we are trying to get more of. We're trying to get more printed. They are literally about to sell out, and there's still so many of you who've got it in your basket. So we'll let you know an update on that as soon as we get one from the team upstairs.
So perfect for your little patchwork squares. Now the next one we want to go on to is, obviously I'll definitely demo the flower, because the flower is when you can go on to make the project.
So that's the cushion I've got here.
So this
here we go. Let me pass it to you, just because. Oh, do you want me to do it here? Sorry.
So this is giving you that to do the flowers. It looks really complicated. It's basically taking everything that you've learned, because there's no straight lines on there, but you've got the structure.
Yeah.
Of the being quite strict with yourself about the petals and the circles, because you will have to follow a line on that one.
Then you've got the circles.
Then you've got the circles in the middle, and then you've got all that small stipling effect in between.
Which do you do first?
The flowers.
Flowers first.
Yeah. So with the flowers, you can trace them on with your using the pattern, or we have also, so that cushion's made up of a mixture of both the big and the small flowers. So if you want to do it on just a light fabric, you can easily trace them on. If you'd rather do them on a pattern fabric or a dark background, which will look gorgeous, by the way, if you did black or navy with coloured thread, it would be gorgeous. But so what we have done here is that we have offered you the pattern, so you can actually make those out of template plastic and trace them, just trace around them if you wanted to. So we've given you everything there. So with this one, I'll do it freehand, but so just want to show you how to do. So just draw your circle in the middle. Obviously this is a bit messy, but you'll be doing it nice and tidy at home. And also, when you do this at home, you all start in the centre and work your way out.
I think the instructions are potentially gone, but we are desperately trying to get some more, so I will let you know as soon as they are back in stock, basically. If it's not within the next few minutes, we've run over a little bit. But Delphine's staying with us anyway, because we're going to be talking more about the 720. As soon as we know what we can do, we will let you know about these instructions, because they are going to be a really, really good resource, I think, in your stash of instructions, aren't they?
Oh, I hope so, yeah. But
everyone's loving them.
I know.
Very, very, very popular. Well, I think it's something that maybe people have tried and have given up on, or maybe other people haven't even, taken the plunge into trying, but we've all heard a lot about free motion. We talk a lot about free motion, especially from yourself.
Yeah, it's also just giving people different ideas. And it's not just a stipple effect, it's not just drawing circles.
Yeah.
Whereas this one, for example, this one's a perfect, if this was a pliqué flower, this is how you'd quilt it, you know. So you just go around that raw edge, So, but it's, again, this is where we're getting a bit more strict and more structured now. But also it's a repetitive pattern. But it's by now, by the time you've got to number 8, you should be ready for this project.
Wow.
So I'll just show you very quickly on how. So you go round the circle first, a couple of times, because it gives you that ducal effect. But here, this is where you want to go. Make sure you're trying to go back over that same line. So you do your petals. So due to time, I'll just do that one petal. But then you can add in more of your details like that. So you do that for all the petals, and then that's where you've got your flower. So you'll do all of your flowers first, then you'll do your stipple effect and your circles in the middle for the main project. But the last one is really, really good one for you to do if you want to go, there's completely, if you don't want to do a pattern or anything like that, once you've got to this stage, you should be able to write your name one way and go over the line back. So don't go too small. You want to go a good 1.5 inches, because don't do it like a signature, just do it how you write your name. So very...
Hang on, you're not writing your name with friction pen first, would you?
No, but you can do, yeah. So it's going to make you be controlled, consistent speed, and then you should be getting it right every time.
Oh, then this is going to open up so many possibilities of personalising things, isn't it?
And again, there's it's not being long-armed or anything like that. You're doing all the work.
Yes, Glynis, they are, but we're trying to get more in. Hopefully, in the next few minutes during the break, we'll be able to load some more, fingers crossed. We just have to talk to other departments, so bear with us. We've got to convince warehouse to print more. We've already had high hundreds sell this morning, so fingers crossed, you know, another 100 will, this is fine. We are like swans, aren't we, Delphine, of Sewing Street? We're swans, and underneath us it's,
I know. That's me all the time, in life in general. Always like that.
I know the feeling.
Just feel like you're constantly chasing your tail.
Yeah.
So, because obviously when you write the name initially, you're happy with that because you write your name all the time. But going backwards over your name, that's not a normal thing for us to do. So by doing that, and if you can do that with control, and you're going over and you're hitting your lines, then consider yourself, you've passed the course.
Oh, do we want a certificate? We want
you get a gold star with a smiley face.
Yes, thank you.
But just know everyone works at different speeds, different... You know, you have some people that are complete beginners and they'll fly. Some people that are a bit more advanced, they're used to that control. Yeah. But it's one of those, just enjoy it, take your time, breathe, get some good threads and just give it a go. And before you know it, you'll be free motion and everything. So I better get busy and start designing more patterns for you. So
talking of good threads, where are my Delphine? Yeah, there they are. They're Delphine's Aurifil threads. They are amazing. Recommended to go on the top of your machine and your bobbin. Perfect for free motion. Gorgeous colours on there as well to be able to see your stitching, which when you're practicing, you want to be able to see the good bits, but you also want to highlight, hang on, where have I gone wrong on that? So to be able to have gorgeous threads like this is brilliant. Now, even though, yes, you may feel that these are slightly more considered, actually, if you break it down, for the 1,300 metres on each spool, that's actually more affordable than if I were to go to the supermarket and buy you know, your standard 50-weight polyester thread for about £2 a spool. You know, normally it's sort of unknown weight as well in the supermarket. You are getting 1,300 metres of 50 weight of quality cotton thread from Aurifil. Delphine's chosen the colours for you. It actually works out that you're getting over 7,800 metres is what you're getting. So a lot of thread, and you do use obviously a lot more thread.
You use so much thread, but because it's such a strong thin thread and there's so much there, they will last you for months. Yeah. Months and months. You won't have to go to the shops to buy any thread for a long time.
Oh, you've got 2 acres of thread there.
Exactly. Really? Yeah. And if some of the projects that I've got coming up, you're
going to want them.
You're going to want them, yeah.
Brilliant. £52.99 exclusive to Sewing Street. Right, let's try and get more instructions. You're going to stay here, aren't you? Yep. We're going to have a quick couple of minutes break for everybody to have a cup of tea and come back or stay exactly where you are and we'll try and get more instructions in. And then we have to talk about the 570. We've seen it in action, but there is a lot more that this machine can do. Please get your questions in. Anything that you want to ask Delphine, today's the day, because we are offering you the best discount as it is National Sewing Machine Day today. So stay tuned. Thank you, Delphine. That was brilliant. Loved that. Stay where you are, though, because we're coming back with Delphine in just a couple of minutes.
Hello, I'm Jane Greenoff and I'm stood in the barn here at Pink's Barn in Gloucestershire, England, which is where I live with my husband, and I stitch. I think I stitch in my sleep. I've certainly been stitching for over 30 years now, and by stitching I'm talking about counted cross stitch or counted embroidery in general terms. I also collect old samplers, and I've got one to show you here. Now, this smashing, it was actually stitched in 1796 by a little girl of 8 or 9, and it's absolutely charming. So I collect antiques. I love to draw and create antiques for the future, and look forward to seeing you all on Sewing Street sometime in the future.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Hello, welcome back. It's National Sewing Machine Day. I'm so pleased that we're celebrating with Delphine National Sewing Machine Day because, I mean, you own it now, and this is your very machine,
That's my machine, yeah.
And did you say that you had a Janome when you started as well?
Yeah.
You've always had Elna.
I've always had it. That's why I'll only stay with Elna and Janome.
Why? What was the reason that you went with Elna machine?
I think once you get used to it, once you get used to a certain brand, you sort of, it's almost like you just stay loyal to it.
Yeah.
You know? And it's just, I just find it's easy. It's been easy. I'm with the machine side of things, I'm self-taught, so once you've got a machine that you know you can work and trust, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Right, before we start getting into the nitty-gritty of the machine and having a look at what it can do, for me, the reason to buy today, this is a machine that we stock, we often bring on, especially when Delphine is here, she'll always be using it, so we often bring it on air if you see it. We are the home of Elna. We're very, very lucky that we have a close relationship with this brand. Bearing in mind, this isn't, a new brand. This is a brand that has been going for over 80 years, a very, very, very established brand. There's a UK customer service base here in Stockport. Is it Stockport? And I think they have an in-house customer service team that are basically UK-based that they can speak to you. We actually have 2 representatives in our customer service team now that are Elna trained, that they're trained up on all the machines, so they'll always be able to help you. Plus, there's so many people from our channel, that customers that have bought, that are on our fans page, that are always there to help with troubleshooting as well. But the reason to buy today is because it is National Sewing Machine Day. We've done some brilliant offers. Now, we could have just said, right, this is the price, this is what Elna recommend. We could just say, look, we're adding for National Sewing Machine Day extra warranty on. So you are today getting 5-year warranty for free on the 720 Pro. It's not going to be any additional cost. It's normally 2 years. You're getting an extra 3-year warranty on that machine. But we didn't just stop there. Oh, no, no, no. You are about to get a huge discount. Now, we do normally go a little bit lower because we are Sewing Street, and on air, we like to give you a discount. But look at this. Today, you're getting it at $1,649 plus your 5-year warranty. And also, to add to that, our team have also put together a sewing bundle. Lucky dip, you're going to get lots of goodies worth over £90. So it is amazing. I mean, huge bundle, great machine that comes with loads of brilliant accessories as standard, 5-year warranty and a massive discount as well. We started with a set amount that we were able to offer this deal to, and we are now in our teens. If you want this, there are less than 20 available. We have still kept it on split pay, so you can get it over 5 split payments, sorry, not 3. 5-way split pay as well. So all you're paying is £300 and, oh, well, you'll see in a second. 5-way split pay, £329.80, which means that you can, there you go, you can then get it home, start sewing after that first payment and spread those costs over 5 months without paying any extra for that privilege. Well done if you checked on this out on this earlier. You've seen it in action throughout the day. But we don't actually get that much time normally to spend dedicated to this machine to look at all the buttons. But as we've got Delphine here, I mean, this has been in your workroom every day for the last couple of years.
Yeah, about 2.5 years now. Yeah, and it's well used, and she's still going strong.
Your best friends, aren't you?
Certainly are. Yeah.
So when I first saw this machine, I'm not going to lie, I thought that it looked quite complex because it almost looks like it's got some industrial-esque features to it. Will you talk us through the sort of main front panel of...
So it's a semi-industrial machine.
Oh, okay.
Which straight away, you know, it's a workhorse. So it's going to work.
Is that why you chose it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, you've got this metal base. It is solid. Even if I'm doing up to 1,250 stitches per minute on this, it's not going to shake your tables. It's not going to shake any work surfaces or anything like that. So it's going to be nice and strong. So obviously it's not something you'll take to a workshop easily because it does weigh a bit. But then it's a sturdy machine, you know. So
if you've got a designated sewing space, you're probably going to want to have this set up.
Yeah, have it set up, yeah. And it just comes with all the features that, you know, I'm a busy sewer. I need something that I can rely on, that's going to be sturdy. I haven't got to keep, you know, cleaning it every 5 seconds. You know, I've got to make sure that it runs quick, to the point that because I do so quick, yeah, do I say quick? You also, it's even got a separate motor for a bobbin threader.
Oh, so whilst you're sewing, you can also be in independent bobbin winder. That's an industrial feature, isn't it?
It is an industrial feature. And there's nothing more annoying than having to unthread your whole machine and then having to rethread it just to do your bobbin. You could just have your bobbins going, you know, winding them up while you're continuing to do your sewing or your free motion or something like that. So again, it's got that feature. It's very, very simple to use as well. Very simple, easy to thread machine, and you're starting off from the, so obviously you've got your start and stop, so if you don't want to use the foot pedal, very, very easy to get to. It's in a really good location as well, so even if you're sewing, you can only just put it up with your thumb there. It's going to start and stop. And if it's not happy, you know, so say if you have got your pedal in, it will give you a beep to remind you. That's the best thing about this machine as well. The actual screen, it tells you what you should be doing and when. So for example, depending on what mode you put it in, it will tell you what foot you need to use.
Brilliant.
So you don't have to reach for your manual every 5 seconds. So it's so very, very intelligent machine, very, very clever. So obviously, starting from the left here then, so you've got your start and stop, you've got your speed. Obviously, when I'm doing straight line sewing, I do go full on fast, and it will take off in a good way, as in it's so fast, very, very accurate stitching.
It's your Ferrari, isn't it?
Yeah. But if you know, to start with, and you want to go at a lower pace, you know, you haven't got to faff around with all the buttons.
Also, it's nice to slow down if you're doing something more intricate. If you're doing dressmaking, you're coming up to a point where you want to then stop and pivot. It's nice to be able to, whilst you're sewing, slow yourself down.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's really, really nice to have that feature. So, you know, so that, you know, it's just right there, right in front of you, so you can adjust the speed as and when. You've got your lock stitch as well, so straight away if you want to do a lock stitch into your work, you've got that feature here. This button I use a lot, which is your needle up and down, which we've already talked about earlier today. When I'm doing my work, I always have that needle down position, which you can program into the machine as well, so it always does that. So yeah, very, very clever. So you can actually personalise the machine for your own, to your own settings. You can have that in any position that you like, and you can tell the machine to do it, and you don't have to redo that every time you switch it on. It will program automatically, unless you go in and change it. Yeah. So obviously, the best bit about the thread cutter. You know, if you've got a machine and you don't have a thread cutter, oh, you must have the patience of, yeah. Once you've got a thread cutter, you will never go back to not having one. I think
you waste less. You don't waste as much thread either, do you?
Nowhere near. Yeah. No, because if you think you have to pull it all off, and you've got all these, you know, all the thread coming off, and it's pulling you.
Can I program that to cut at the end of each stitch sequence?
I've never done that. No, you can't. I think you have to.
You press the button.
But you know,
because I was going to ask, if I'm doing gathering and I want my tails long, it's not going to just automatically cut my threads.
No, it won't. No, you have to tell it to do it.
Yeah. I'm in control still.
So you've got your 3 modes. You've got modes 1, 2 and 3. Mode 1 is what your standard main stitch is, which is you've got your straight stitch, zigzag stitch. You've got a blanket stitch there as well. So straight away, when you turn it on, it will always automatically go onto mode 1.
Right, so what is it saying there on the left-hand side of the screen? It's got the foot.
Oh, tell you what, there you go.
Oh.
It's still on free motion.
Feed dogs.
So because I hadn't lifted the feed dogs, obviously, because I was doing the free motion. So I've just lifted it now. So it's telling me in mode 1 what foot I need to use. It's telling me I need foot A. Which is your standard foot. So when you open it in the box, that's what will be on there. So it will be your foot to do all those stitches. So so that's mode 1. So that's all your main stitches there. But you've also got this up here where it tells you
so that's your stitch chart. So you can see which stitches they are.
And it's front and back. So you've got loads. You've got loads on here.
You have a huge stitch chart. And that sits up in the top of your machine as well. That's handy.
Yeah. So that's your mode 1. Mode 2, this is where you've got all like your decorative stitches. So if you do like to make your work a little bit pretty and put little personalised things on there, then this is the mode for you. So what you do have, you've got all your little hearts, you've got little shoes, you've got little boats, you've got all sorts.
So you've got all those lovely pictorial stitches. It's not an embroidery machine, but it will do those lovely pictorial.
Yeah, and it's also, so I sometimes use them, you know, like say if I'm doing an applique, if I don't know, a caravan applique, and you just want to add on like a little bit of bunting, you know, flowers, or, you know, I've done like a house picture and I wanted, in fact, I've done it on a couple of the rustic home things where I've had flowers going up the sides of the house. And I've actually used these stitches, so it saves you doing all that hand embroidery. You just press that, and it's done in seconds.
And it's got a memory as well, hasn't it? So if you wanted to do a bit of like a border with a few of those in a sequence, or for example, you've got your alphabet, haven't you? If you wanted to do a name, you're not having to key in each letter each time. You can write your name with the memory.
Yeah, you've got that memory button, and then so what you do, you go into mode 2. So it will tell me, it will still tell me what foot I want on here. So say if I wanted some stars, my eyesight's not the best. So I'll type in the number and then add that to memory. So if I wanted stars followed by the hearts next to it, I'll put that in as well. So it's doing it like a sequence. And then you want to really stop it with a locking stitch. So rather than if you don't put a locking stitch, it will just keep repeating what you're doing. So it will just keep repeating that line. But if you put a locking stitch there, which is 2, 2, memory, what it will do then, it will just sew those stitches and stop, unless you tell it to go again. So yeah, and that's now in your memory. To clear it, if you've made a mistake or you change your mind, you just clear it and it just goes back to the original mode 2, and then I can make it.
This is all in your instruction manual, but did you go to that instruction manual, or you kind of just go for it, gal?
I sort of a bit of both. A bit of both. I think a lot of it, you sort of, rather than sit there and study the manual, I think, yeah, read your manual, but there's so much information in there. Yeah. You better have to start with the basics, and then you'll jump up.
Oh, you'll definitely grow with this machine, won't you? Now, it's automatically defaulted to your recommended stitch width and stitch length, but again, you can override.
Yeah, so you've got your stitch width here.
They're nice little dials actually to do that, aren't they?
So you've got your stitch width, and then you've got your stitch length here. Yeah. I do tend to use those quite a bit, depending on, especially when I'm doing applique work, because I like to be, I think, again, when it comes to confidence, but I quite like having a really small blanket stitch now. When I started, it was a big zigzag, so, you know, it's quite nice to be able to adjust those. So, for example, for those that do a lot of my, my applique, so we're in mode 2, and if you want to know which blanket stitch I use on this machine, it is 0, 4, 3 every single time, and then I reduce my width to a 1.5. So if you use this machine or do a lot of my work, then that is your go-to stitch every time for me. So you've got your modes there, and then obviously we'll change it again. You've got mode 3, which gives you all of your alphabet stitches as well. So
brilliant. So you do some monogramming, personalising.
Yeah. So again, I've used that on quite a few projects actually. So, and that's quite nice to just play around with. Yeah, it's quite fun, that one. So we'll go back to mode 1. And so we're going to carry on with the other ones now. So this is the one that you can press, and it will tell you which. I can't remember the name of it now. It will come to me, the name of that one. But anyway, let me just skip on and I'll remember it in a sec. So you've got your double needle thread.
So twin needle.
Your twin needle, so really good for bag making, dress making. Also, going back, can I just jump you back to this side? Just think, because this is something a lot of people ask me about. This is your presser foot. So what you can do here...
Oh, is that your pressure?
Pressure. Yeah. So say if so it's always on 3, but if you were working with really thin, fine fabrics, or if you're doing really thin applique work, you can adjust that on the top to a number 1.
I remember someone saying that they were working with velvet and they actually lifted it up so it didn't crush the pile.
Yeah.
So if it's that fine, you might want to lower it.
You want to lower it, yeah. So, and I've done that recently. I was working on some applique that was using really fine organza. Yeah. So if you want to use that, then I recommend. So
how do you change that? Is that a dial?
You just change it on the dial, okay, But also this presser foot, you can go up double the height as well. So if you're doing a lot of quilting, bag making, and you've got a lot of fabric to go through your machine, it gives you that double lift.
Brilliant.
So that's really, really good to have that in. So yeah, if you just press that, that will tell you that you've got your double needle. This button here is if you wanted to change So say if you were doing a row of shoes on mode 2.
Caravan or shoes.
But you don't want them going in that direction. You press that and it just flips it.
Yeah, mirror image or
mirror image.
Rotate it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's quite handy to have. I've used that a couple of times. I've actually done it with the leaf one. So I wanted 2 lots of the leaves, but going off in different directions. Yeah. So I've used it for that before. This one here is your elongated stitch. So especially if you're doing a satin stitch, and depending on if you wanted it really, really close and tight, and you wanted it stretch over a longer period, then that's your elongated stitch there. We're jumping on here. That's your bobbin. So obviously we just press that, and it's already working on a separate motor.
Oh, brilliant. Look at it go.
So really, really quick.
Does it automatically stop, or do I press it when it gets full?
When it's full, it will stop itself.
Fantastic.
So, but yeah, really, really simple to use. This is your folder. So this is where you can put in all of your, put in all the other stitches as well. So you can go in there and it will remember those. This is your stitch. It will just make you repeat a row of stitches that you've used, that's in your memory. This is obviously your settings. That's where you can go in, and that's where you can reset, or so for example, the needle down position, you can go in there and set there's loads of different things that you can go in there and have a play around with. To be honest, I just use this machine mainly for just I just want to get and sit down and go with it, so I haven't played around with too much of that, but that's where you go in to sort out your get your needle in the down position. And obviously you've got your selection stitches buttons here, so if it's on a certain stitch, you can actually go forward and back and select different ones. This one, again, I've not had to use it. My kids know not to put their fingers in the machine, but if you have got little ones around, then if you...
Or cats, paws.
Yeah, or by pressing that, it just means it's going to lock the machine, and if anyone came to press a pedal, press any buttons, it's not going to do anything.
Well, you've got little paws now, haven't you?
Oh, my little Billy.
How's Billy?
Oh, he's a beautiful boy. Yeah,
but he knows not to put his paws in.
No, he's a lovely boy. And obviously
he's a lovely boy.
So as well, you can use the big spools of fabric. Thread.
Right, so that's like with an overlocker, they have those antennae. Why would you use, does it?
It gives you the extra spools, but it just gives you that I've got a big spool of thread, a cone of thread on my machine at the moment. That's a big, really, really thick, really, really thin, strong thread that I use for my bobbins. So it was just permanently on that side. So you obviously you can get one of those big cones of thread, and especially if you work in the same colours quite often and not, then that's ideal for that. And the way you just thread it through there, that you can use it for both. I always have one on the side for my bobbin and one for obviously my top thread as well. And also you've even got a needle lift, a knee lift.
Do you use?
I've used it.
John's got this, hasn't he?
Yeah, I've used it when I had it in the house. Because if you're...
yeah, it's difficult to show here, isn't it?
Yeah, so I get my knee and start doing but yeah, the needle lift is quite good, especially if you struggle with your hands as well, so you don't want to have to keep lifting up your feed dogs. So if you're doing a plique and you're going round a certain bit of a plique, and you have to keep, stopping, starting, lift, turns, what it will do, if you stop, move your knee to Tommy, just click, and then you just move it, and then what it will do, it will lift up those feed dogs, and then you can go.
Yeah, unless you press the foot up, and you can pivot.
Yeah, so it's a lot. So it's that can save a bit of time as well. And also, what's great about this, which I know Rebecca Reed loves, is the fact that you can change the plates.
She owns this machine.
Yeah, this is the same as. So I'm going to lift that up, for example.
So what other plate would you want to change this to?
So you've got. This is your normal plate that you've got this open, if you can see it, put it over the fabric so you can see the hole.
Right, so it comes with both interchangeable plates, doesn't it?
Comes with three.
3 different plates. So this is your satin stitch.
So this is the one that I use the most because of applique.
Yeah.
So this is the one that you want to use for that, only because you've got that big hole there. So obviously if you're doing zigzags or if you're doing any of the decorative stitches, this is the plate that you want.
So it allows your needle to swing from side to side.
Yeah.
Okay.
And let me just go in here.
No, yeah. You're not in a huge rush, are you? I know that we've run over. Can we keep you for another 20 minutes?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. We love you. Thank you. Do you want coffee or drink or anything?
No.
Just water?
No, I'm okay.
Chocolate bar?
Better not.
There's a machine that does soup.
Is there?
25p soup.
Where? So this one, I use this when I do piecing. This is my go-to for piecing.
Right.
Because
this is the difference.
Yeah, so this is what because it's very, very accurate if you're doing doing piecing. So you've just got that small hole there. So what that does, so say if you're sewing triangles together and you go in with that point, you know, like what we call the, not the dog thing, what we call them?
Dog ears.
Dog ears, that's it.
The dogs.
the dog's ears. So if you're using this plate, it can have the tendency, not so much this machine, but some machines, if they've got that open space there, it can pull the fabric into the machine.
That's when you choose it up, or you can get like a little bird's nest on the back of your fabric. Okay.
But by using the straight stitch plate, you've got that accuracy for where the which, you know, if you're, I love free motion and I love applique and things like that because it gives me that freedom. But as you know, I do a lot of quilt demos as well, and I love piecing. I like the accuracy. I like the discipline of having all your points meet and all your seams being perfect. If you're a piecer and you want the accuracy, even just by you could be a tiny little bit out by using a normal foot, but by using the right equipment and a plate like this and that the 1/4 inch foot, then you're going to hit the same seam allowance every time.
So you have the ability to have your needle centrally or to the side with that one.
Yeah, it's
okay. And then there's also a high performance
plate. So your high performance plate. This is, I know, Rebecca Reed's favourite.
Right. Okay. Oh, now it doesn't have that little bar across like on the others, does it? Am I able to do any satin stitches with this or not? No.
So it actually tells you on here what stitches you can do. So
it's clever enough to know which plate is in there, so it won't let you break any needles by selecting stitches that don't work.
That's what I mean. It's such a clever machine because it will literally tell you everything. If you're not doing something, it will just go beep beep.
It won't let you break.
No, it will just say, look at me, look at me. No, I'm looking at, this is what you need to put on it. This is what you need to do. And you're like, you know, so it's almost like telling you off. It's saying, no,
okay,
change that. So yeah, the high performance plate. Now this high performance plate does come with its own foot. So again, for accuracy, speed, this machine, for this plate, for example, so say if you make a lot of home furnishings, like say you do a lot of sewing of, say, curtains, you know, like large quilts, this allows you to get that accuracy and the speed. So again, this is Rebecca Reed's favourite, so I recommend any questions, ask her for this one.
And the foot, does that go on like your free motion? Is that one of the clicky on feet, or is that a
no? You'd have to. It's a separate foot,
and it's
so
yeah.
So that's these feet won't come off. So that's your high performance. But yeah, again, I know it's Bex's favourite to go to. But you get a whole box of all sorts of bits.
Oh yeah, what do you get? So you get that whole box of treats as standard.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you get, I think you do get more than the one free motion foot. You get a couple, actually, different attachments. You've got your standard zipper foot, you've got your 1/4 inch foot, you've got your walking foot that's included as well.
Now that walking foot looks like different to other walking feet that I've seen.
You need to make sure,
fancy.
So when you pop it in, so when it goes into that the little screw on the machine, that hooks on to the back here, and you know it's on because you'll feel it click.
Okay.
So yeah, so definitely pop that on there. And another one of my definite go-tos are the one that's on there now. Again, if you do a lot of applique work.
Have you used all these feet, Delphine?
Probably about half.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many in there.
So many. But this is my go-to applique foot. This is F. So again, it tells you when it does the applique. And there's also an open-toed one as well, which is there. So perfect feet there for your applique work. And also my 1/4 inch foot, your O. Again, I've used this so much. I use it for so many things.
Does that have a guide on the side?
Yeah, it's got a guide on the side. So again, even if from anything to making cushions to piecing to quilts to putting binding on, you always know you're going to get that perfect 1/4 inch. But again, also use that a lot for a bit of your clean. But there's
always clean your machine out.
But there's, what else is there? You've got all sorts. But yeah, so those are the...
There's all your bits on screen you can see. Standard foot, rolled hem foot, zipper foot, satin stitch foot, open toe satin stitch foot, blind hem foot, overlock foot, you've got a 1/4 inch seam foot, darning foot, convertible free motion quilting foot with 3 heads, automatic buttonhole foot with stabilizer plate, button sewing foot, sew your buttons on.
Yeah, but I'm not a dressmaker, but if you're a dressmaker...
Very handy.
I'd have to have a play with that one.
Upper feed foot holder, large system, upper feed foot, AD, professional high performance, 1/4 inch seam foot, professional grade HP needle plate, instructional DVD as well.
Yeah, it has actually, yeah. Have I watched it?
And a cuddly toy. We feel like we're on the generation game. Plus then, all of the bits on the right-hand side. Oh, and I must mention, you know, obviously you get your bobbin, seam ripper, all the different spools, but you also get a massive extension table.
Yeah, it's really big.
And it's a really good one. I know there are some companies that you have to buy an extension table separately and you might have to get one made. Whereas this, look, it is a whopping extension table included. We mentioned the stitches. You actually get 200 stitches and 9 different buttonholes. A really wide throat space, one of the biggest throat spaces that we have at the show, in the whole of the company, 255 by 120 millimetres. Doesn't have a free arm, but it's got that massive flatbed, LCD screen, LED lights, independent bobbin winder, extra high presser foot position. We showed the one-step needle plate converter, again we did have a look at, and the upper V-Dog system by Elna, plus a whopping extension table. Savings today, getting it today, you are absolutely benefiting. We have gone a lot lower than our regular price. The RRP is over £1,000, much lower than the RRP today. And then we've gone one step further. 5-year warranty, 5-year at no extra cost. Another nearly £100 worth of sewing bits and bobs that our team are going to put together for you. A mystery sewing pack worth over £90. That's the 900. £90. And also split pay is on 5-way for you. No extra cost for the split pay. You don't have to join a club to get split pay. You're not paying any interest. It is just a matter of getting it home. We're trying to encourage as many people to sew and, you know, to get involved in our community. And whether it be on one of these machines that you are now upgrading to, or whether it be one of our startup machines that we've got today under £200. I say startup, it's by no means an entry-level machine, it's an Elna machine. But these are all machines that you absolutely are going to grow with. This one, I mean, you sew for a living, you're a professional sewer. I know Bex Reed again, professional sewers. But also, I do know a lot of hobby sewists that love this machine as well.
It's because it's so simple to use as well, and it's reliable because of it's solid. You know, it's a solid machine. It's quick, you know, and also if it's not all about the speed for you, you know, like I said, you can slow it down, but also it's not just that. It's the way. If you don't want to keep getting your manual out, or if you are fairly new, it's almost teaching you all the time. You know, saying, oh no, put this one on, and you start to understand it, and then you'll start doing it automatically and going and reaching for the right foot, and you know, it's very, very clever.
So for anybody who's on the fence, I mean, there's over 10 people who've got these in their basket today, and I know you might be looking at different machines and different specifications. What was it for you that made you say, right, I'm going to go for the 720? Because there are a lot of different machines.
And also, I'm lucky enough, obviously, for working with Sewing Street, and I've used them all. I've used all the sewing machines, and you know, they're all great in their own way. But the reason why I just went to this is that semi-industrial. You know, don't be afraid by say the industrial side of things, but just for the fact that it's reliable, it's. You know, because it is solid. It feels like it can do anything, and it can. You know, the free motion is amazing. Yeah, the blanket stitch is amazing, which I use all the time for piecing, accuracy. You know, it just never lets you down. It's a reliable machine that I recommend. That if you're on the fence about getting one of these, then trust me, it's not about what we're saying. No. You'll see for yourself when you get it home, and you'll be like, wow, why didn't I have one of these years ago?
Well, I'm not saying to you, you've got to get this machine today. What's brilliant is that we've got for you huge, wide range of machines to show you, all with great discounts today, but it's Delphine's machine. So the proof's in the pudding. Yeah, it's lovely to have Delphine here chatting and showing us because it is your very own machine, isn't it?
Because of how much I actually sew. You know, it's like I'll leave here today and I'll be already starting my next projects. You know, so it's, you know, I need something that's reliable, that's going to be there day in, day out. That it's almost like come on and sit down, and we'll get this job done. and you know, because it's on to the next.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you ever so much. Thank you ever so much. Your instructions are back. Yoo-hoo! Thank you for our team upstairs who have worked very, very hard to be able to liaise with our warehouse team to print more instructions for us. We asked for... brilliant. Okay, they've given us enough hope. Oh, brilliant. Right, we asked for 100. They've given us 300 more.
Wow.
There was a lot of people who still had it in their basket. We said, can we do 100, please? We're probably going to have people sell out, you know, miss out again, but we don't want to upset anybody. And the team were like, no, we want everyone to get them. There you go. So we got 300, which they've already started going. Delphine, do you still have them there to show? No. The instructions? No.
Yes, I do.
Oh, they're hiding.
Oh, I'm tripping over me mic wire now.
Because it isn't just instructions. This is, I mean, you came in today and you went, 4,000 words.
Over 4,000 words. Yes.
Like you've just done an essay for school, like 4,000 words, I've done it. This is your free motion masterclass. Anybody who missed the show earlier, watch it back because it was a brilliant show earlier on at 10 o'clock today. And just very, very briefly, I mean, free motion is a skill and a quilting technique which we are all often a little bit daunted by, a bit scared of, and we don't get a chance to talk about this in full very often. So it's the first time that anybody has put in great detail like this at Sewing Street a full instruction manual for you. And it starts off by saying what is required from your machine, what it's going to achieve, what is free motion, what speed shall I show, how to prepare your work, what to do to get started. And you've done this as though you were on a workshop with yourself. You're not telling somebody, right, get your quilt that you've made and this is how you're going to free motion it. You're giving us lots of inspiration of, right, if you're going to start from the beginning, you're on a course, you're on a workshop.
Yeah, that's literally, so if you can't get yourself out to workshops, you know, which, you know, and I know some people can't, and, you know, or do the travelling, this is the way I've written this instruction manual, and I'm sure the ladies who have been watching today who saw my work, who was actually attending my workshop last week, will know I've actually designed this this manual exactly how I taught them, and all of them walked away more confident and ready to, you know, to tackle the free motion on their own.
Yeah.
So yeah, so it's just give it a go.
We had lots of messages from the ladies who were actually at those workshops vouching for Delphine, saying, yeah, I felt confident. Because the thing is, I know a lot of people who have tried, dipped their toe in and been afraid and walked away and gone, oh, I don't think I can do it. If you follow the step-by-step instructions and step-by-step patterns as well, you haven't just got one example of how to use free motion here. It's not just do some squiggly lines. You have got start with this, then go to the more sort of stippled or stippled effect, and then you're going into doing circles, and then you're using that method to do curves, and then trying something different and doing straight lines patterns like this. And this does give you like a long arm quilting effect. Mastering free motion not only makes your quilting process quicker, but also it can look so professional, so effective. It's your go-to, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you ever really do any other quilting nowadays, or do you always just think, right, free motion for
free motion, because it just, like you say, it gives it that long arm effect. And I think once you've got that confidence to actually go straight over it all and do that over a piece quilt, you'll be doing it for your mates as well. But also from the fact that I do a lot of arty stuff as well, and even that cushion there that I've made, that's just all done with thread, but you'll be able to make that yourself even if you're not can't draw. It's just giving you that confidence to take your sewing to that next level.
Anybody who's got, you know, any of Delphine's patterns, or if you've seen any of them on the back wall here, I'm just visualising so many of our patterns that we've done with yourself, and the negative space, all with this design here, or the stipple effect, or I mean this within your trees or on patterned fabric. I really liked though that you also included more structured ideas, that free motion doesn't have to be, right, you're in control of being really free and arty. If your brain works a bit differently and you love, you know, your quilting, your piecing, that this is going to potentially be really useful for you to know how to do.
Yeah, rather than, you know, some might not want to stitch over the top, whereas just doing that on a simple, you know, blocks, you know, regardless of any size, is again, it's going to give it that more professional finish rather than just a stitch in the ditch or sewing straight lines over the top.
I love the idea. Lots of people saying, right, okay, by the end of this course, this workshop, this booklet, I'm going to be able to free motion my name on my projects. That is such an exciting thing. It's like the ultimate quilt label, isn't it? To be able to sign your signature, your name. There was quite a few people who asked about having fabric on the back. Obviously, when you're doing this course in this workshop, you were saying you don't need to, you're making it for a cushion front. When you're doing it as a quilt, would you still not put your backing on?
Again, I don't stick to the rules, so don't come at me. So I don't do what, this is just what I do. I'm not saying you have to do it, but very rarely do I ever put a backing on. I tend to do the whole quilting and applique with just through the wadding for many reasons. For one, it's easier to go through your machine. Two, there's less bulk because I'm not putting it all through my throat space, even though I've got a big throat space on this machine. Also, if you've got a decent wadding, it's fine. It will go through really, really smoothly. Unless you're doing it for a competition quilt or anything like that, put a backing on. And also, I have backing with pins.
But don't you have like a right flappy back?
No, because I put it on after.
So you put it on after, but then how do you stitch it down?
Oh, binding.
Okay, so it is just flappy?
No, sprayed on.
Sprayed on?
Yeah.
Oh, we're learning all the tricks.
Yeah, so say, for example, this is my quilt top and it's all finished.
This is how Delphine does it?
Yeah. So, okay, so imagine... this is how I do it. I'm letting you in all my secrets now. So say that has got a load of applique on the back, so it's all the sew. So these are all my stitches, for example.
Because I might not want to see those on the back of the quilt.
No, but you're not going to. You're not going to. If it's going to be all nice and tidy. So say that's all like applique, right?
Yeah.
So, and then, so if I've done all of my applique, what you can do, before you do, like, say, all the free motion in between your applique, get your basting spray, spray where your applique is.
I'm spraying it with like a 505.
Yeah.
Temporary adhesive.
Yeah. Press it all down, then use no pins, and that leaves you then time to be able to sew in between all of your bits and pieces. So you just stick it on.
Okay, what about if I'm going to put it in the wash?
It's fine, absolutely fine. Okay. It's absolutely fine. Always treat your fabric first before you use it, you know, so I always say that on every show. Always starch or best press it, because if there is any movement in your fabric, it's going to happen then.
Right.
So I don't wash.
I like hearing it. You don't wash. I don't wash.
No, so the thing is, it's just thinking about making your life easier. Yeah. It's if you have a full quilt sandwich and you want to do it right from the beginning, it's going to be a faff. You'll be there. And also the fabric will gather at the back, and even if you sprayed it on, the glue, no matter how good it is, might even get on your needle, and then you're skipping stitches, and then before you know it, you're going to give up and walk away. Whereas if you've got to start with just a small project like this, or even a bigger project, just do your applique bits first, then just stick it on the back.
Thank you.
Stick it on, then do your free motion, then put a binding on. It's nice and tidy. You haven't scratched yourself to pieces with a load of pins, and you haven't clogged up your needle with a load of glue.
I love hearing all your techniques. Fiona said, good morning all. I remember when Delphine first bought the Elna 720 Pro and I was considering buying one. And Delphine messaged me to say it was a fabulous machine. I bought one and I have no regrets. Thank you, Delphine, says Fiona.
Welcome. You're welcome, Fiona.
We have a message, woohoo, from Mandy. She's got a very exciting bit of post on the way. They're all here, by the way. I say they're all here. They're all allocated within the warehouse, so they'll be sent straight to you. You're not having to wait weeks and weeks. It's not a pre-order. That's why it's discounted. You're only paying one postage and packaging, which still amazes me. If you bought any of the panels earlier, for example, or if you bought any instructions and you've paid your £3.95 P&P, then you're getting the machine as well under that P&P. Instructions are back in stock. It's a full booklet. It's the biggest instruction set I think you've ever done, Delphine.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
And I know how much work. I know how much work and how much time Delphine dedicates to her instruction set, and this is why whenever I go on the fan page and I see people who have created your pieces of work, it looks like the ones that you've done there because the instructions are so clear. This is brilliant. It's like you are there at Delphine's workshops, at her classes, talking you through, and your patterns are written as you talk. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're really sort of informative, but also colloquial, that you're talking to us as...
Yeah, so I'm not trying to be somebody I'm not within the instructions. Again, I'm just telling you exactly how I do it. Again, I don't stick to all the rules. I do it my own way. I always look for the easier way of doing things. And also the way if you're reading that, you can definitely probably hear my voice. Sorry if you don't understand my voice, but you will hear that. That's how I actually talk.
I love the fact that in your instructions as well, so it's used, but then you can see how it looks within a project. So you can see the stippling in the background on that negative space, in the background of your butterflies, and it instantly gives you that trapunto feel on the butterflies here. The rhino, using the circles.
Yeah. And using it in a decorative way as well, and also showing how it looks on darker fabrics and the different effects you can get. You know, it's
looking at a project and thinking, right, how can I use, like the lady message saying earlier on, I really struggle knowing how to use free motion on the panels like the ones behind you, the pattern fabrics. And then when you've got these skills of knowing how to do like this one back and forth, this is perfect for that. Yeah. This would be a great one to use when you're doing trees or horizontally on landscape projects. Now this booklet, because I don't want to call it instructions, this is a course, this is a booklet. You've got full instructions in here and all of the patterns. Now you'll keep this safe on your workroom shelf and you will refer back to it time and time again. You will remember, oh, how was it that I learned how to do this? Give yourself a weekend and try and master it. Go through page by page and use this as you would like a course. Watch today's show back. Yeah. Be kind to yourself. This is a process. You might not have it straight away.
No, that's the thing. If you do go to workshops and you go to courses, there's always somebody that's way ahead of everybody else, or someone that just needs a bit more help. You know, it's one of those that you just need to give yourself a bit of a break. Also, take a break in between each bit. You know, walk away. Like I said, have a walk around, have a cup of tea, come back, and just trust the process, because it's proven that it works, because I've done it. Yeah. And I've written it exactly how I delivered it.
And is that a weekend course or is it a day course?
It was a day.
One day. That's what I find amazing is, yes, it's muscle memory and it's practice. It is practice. You're not going to literally pick this up, spend the hour on it and go, right, I've mastered it, I'm ready to go on to my quilt tomorrow. But practice it and you will absolutely, with the help from this book, be able to have the courage to then look at your unfinished projects or start a project and think, right, I know I'm confident to do that now. Yeah. Like Delphine has done here. Get yourself some plain fabric, use some nice bright colour thread, make yourself some cushions. They're not going to go to waste. They're lovely cushions that you've made there, aren't they?
Yeah, and also, like I said, because we're using the darker thread, you won't necessarily do. At home, you'll tend to probably use just a matching thread. So be forgiving with the darker thread, because trust the process, that the reason why we're using that is so you can see your mistakes. Yeah. I mean, we want you to make mistakes. I want you to make mistakes and go, oh, right, how do I troubleshoot that? Oh, okay, so if I do that, okay. And then just, a lot of the times it's just like just having a bit of a breather. And but also, once you start using it on your projects, you're going to be thinking, why didn't I do this ages ago?
I mean, you've put troubleshooting along the way as well in here, haven't you? There's a troubleshooting section there as well. But at the end of it, you have got your cushion project with your flowers where you use all of those different skills within the masterclass to create that amazing, look at this, all of those different free motion effects within this cushion. And that just looks incredible. Okay. There's a lot of people who've got them in the basket. Keep going through. I'll give you a stock update very, very soon before we go to a break. Obviously, the machine that Delphine has is on offer today. We've got more machine coming up before 1 o'clock. We've got lots of machines to discount for you, but this one is amazing. If it has been on your wish list, if it's for you, if it's the one for you, then now is the time to definitely check out on that, as we are in our teens. Every second I look up at my screen, there's another one checking out. Just be aware that that offer is available for today only. You're getting extended warranty for 5 years now. You normally get 2, so you're getting for free 5-year warranty. You're also going to get a mystery sewing pack worth over £90, as well as a huge £400 off, or more than £400 off the recommended retail price from Elna. This machine is normally over £2,000. Have a serious think about it. Now at 8 o'clock this morning, watch the show back if you were having a lie-in, because all of these beautiful pieces of artwork that are around the set and behind Delphine are actually printed panels that Delphine has allowed us to print onto cotton. Now we've got the whole shebang here. I've got all 8 bundles, and just to give you a little bit of a sneak peek of what you're going to receive, you are going to get one 18-inch landscape and 2 smaller ones as well. You can do whatever you want with these, whether you're framing them like the one behind me, whether you're putting them into a quilt like the one behind Delphine, whether you're doing a free motion on them, whether you're doing hand embroidery on them, whether you're putting them onto a cushion or a bag. You've got full freedom to use your artistic flow to do whatever you want. But the best thing is that because they've been photographed at such high resolution, you have not lost any of the details when printed onto fabric. You can see every fibre of wool, because they're needle felted pieces and hand embroidered pieces. So it's not just $69.72 for the one, you're getting all of them. You're getting 8 panels. I've got one extra because one of them is the squares. So you will get 8 panels. All of those designs that you saw on screen there, $69.72. Right, there's more of you who've got these in your basket than we have availability. You're saving £10. Now the squares, thank you. The squares is slightly different. They're 5-inch squares. It's not in your bundle. These ones you get all of those different images that we've been looking at, all of those amazing pieces of artwork that we've been looking at, and then you get extras as well, different ones that we haven't seen individually, as well as all your lovely sort of blender colours, pieces that have been changed in colour slightly. They are amazing. 45-inch squares for $14.99. Watch back the show, have a look underneath us on the website, because we had them all individually if you prefer. This is the only one that looks like this is the 40 squares. I'm sorry, Delphine, we've eaten into your lunchtime, but thank you ever so much for your input and your knowledge.
No, but thank you, and I really hope you enjoy my first course.
Yeah.
And
one of many, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. So yeah.
I know it takes a lot of work, but emotion's a big one, isn't it? That people sort of stumble at.
It is. And then after the success of the workshop, it's quite nice to be able to share it with more people.
Everybody, the family, the social family. Just remind us, anybody who wants to come to one of your classes, you're going to put some live, aren't you, on your website?
I'll put some more. So it will probably be by the end of next week at delphinebrooks.com. So just go on there, and I will advertise on my Facebook page. So if you put Delphine Brooks in Facebook, it's the pink sign. It's like my signature, and the same on Instagram as well. Delphine Brooks Official on Instagram.
Brilliant. Thank you. If you can't get to them, get these instructions. And I mean, hundreds again are going. Check out during the break, and we have got so many more machines to bring you over the next 50 minutes. Stay exactly where you are, because we're discounting all our Elna machines right after this.
Hello, I'm Sandra Rushton, and I'm the owner of Sanntangle. Sanntangle is a system of art that allows anybody to draw wonderful pieces and creations that you can use not just for paper craft, but for sewing, for wood, ceramics, anything that you feel that you could actually put something on to enhance how it looks. So I'm delighted that Sewing Street have invited me to come and show you some of my tips and techniques, and hopefully I'm going to be able to show you how you can create wonderful pieces of art and include it maybe in your quilts, your embroidery, your sewing, and any of the other projects that you love to do.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only one P&P, with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. It is national or international? It is National Sewing Machine Day today. And we are celebrating with Elna. We are the home of Elna after all. They've let us do some fantastic deals for National Sewing Machine Day. We talked about the 720 earlier on with Delphine. And we also talked about a mechanical machine. So maybe you're in between. If you are looking at getting yourself maybe your first computerized machine or upgrading to a computerized machine, or if you've got a large machine like Delphine's that isn't very portable and you're looking for a second sewing machine, then the 5 Series is the one for you. Now we have 3 machines on offer today in the 5 Series, the 550, the 560 and the 570A. They've all got deals, they've all got benefits. And they're all coming with a 5-year warranty today, woo woo, which is amazing because normally you will get 2-year warranty with Elna and without paying any extra, it would normally cost you £50. But for free, you're getting 5-year warranty. Now, each of the 5 Series are also going to come with a mystery pack of sewing goodies. I mean, I've got 2 different packs of sewing goodies, which we've called up from the warehouse just to have a little mooch ourselves to see what sort of things you are getting. And just from the one, I mean, I've got here a William Morris mug. I've got loads of haberdashery. I've got fabrics. I've got books. I've got storage, I've got fat quarters, I've got patterns, I've got tools, I've got more threads there, little tins. I mean, that is worth over £90 and it's all sewing related things. So you are going to get a lucky dip of sewing things for free. Plus you're also going to get with all of the 550, or the 5 Series, so the 550, 560, 570A, you're also going to get your Elna non-slip mat, slip reduction mat. Now, we haven't put the graphics in yet. If we're not thinking about the fact that we are also taking off money, all of these machines, all of the extras that you're getting add up to £154.99. So your warranty, your mystery bundle and your anti-slip mat, they all are extras for today only, for National Sewing Machine Day. But going even further, we're discounting the machines. So they're all just bonus goodies, which is brilliant. We're starting with the one which we get the most requests for. This is because I've got a feeling this might be on your wish list. If you have been thinking about it, today's the day to do it. This is the 570A. This is the sort of big brother of that series. You've got the 550, you've got the 560, and then the 570A for me is the one that if you can stretch to today with our discount, it is worth it because of the array of stitches, because of this. One of the reasons that Delphine went for her £2,000 machine was because of this button, and you're about to get it even lower. The price on your screen is the Elna recommended retail price, plus all of your goodies. So that's the price that you would pay if you were to buy the machine at the Elna RRP, if you were to buy your slip reduction mat, if you were to get your goodies and your extra warranty. It would cost you nearly £900. Today, we are going a lot lower. Now the machine is always a great price at Sewing Street. We sell it for £649. It's a brilliant machine. It's got the thread cutter. It's got a huge array of stitches. On this machine as well, you've also got your alphabet. Remember that when you see this price. You are getting it for less than £600. But there is a slight catch. There are only 20 spaces. If you want one, you have to be quick. I don't think this is going to last till midnight tonight. Now you're getting your nearly £100 worth of goodies, your slip reduction max, your 5-year warranty, your alphabet, your thread cutter, your 100 stitches here. So the 550, just to give you a little bit of insight onto the machines that we're going to be doing in a minute, 50 stitches on the 550, 100 stitches on the 560, and on this machine you are getting, there you go, you can see on there, 380 stitches, including your alphabet. The other machines, as it says the A on there, you'll see it does include the alphabet. The others don't. The 550 and 560 do not have an alphabet. So this one gives you the option now of doing personalising, monogramming. It also has a memory. So similar sort of screen actually to the one that we were going through with Delphine. It has got the start-stop button. You can use it with or without a foot pedal. You can drop your feed dogs. There you go. I'll show you where you do it. At the back of your machine, it's got this little lever. I drop my feed dogs like that. Now they are ready for you to be able to put your free motion foot on, which you can purchase, and you're ready to go. So once your feed dogs are dropped, by the way, if you're thinking, oh, I'm a bit, it's not come back up, as soon as you start sewing, it will then lift up. It'll be fine. So you have your ability to drop your feed dogs. Your start-stop button means you can use it with or without a foot pedal. You've got your reverse stitching. You've got your extra foot lift as well. Look, you can actually lift that even higher to double the height if you're working with thicker fabrics. You've got your needle threader. You've got your locking stitch, which Delphine was talking about. This was another button that she spoke about with free motion, your needle up, down. You have that button. Do you know what I love? You've got your thread cutter. Now it's up to you. I'm not going to shout this too loudly, but you can program this. Why is it telling me my foot? It's telling me it's beep, 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 which is great because it's telling me that I need to put my A foot on. Can you see? It's flashing here. So A foot is for your straight stitching. It will automatically default to its recommended stitch width and stitch length, but you can override it if you want with these buttons here. That's changing my stitch width. And this is changing my stitch length. Like with your 720, it would tell you what foot it recommends. So that's your thread cutter button here. So you've got your thread button, you've got your speed control, you've then got some great speed dial buttons here. So you've got a straight stitch, you've got a zigzag stitch there. Can you see my needle is moving depending on which stitch I'm going to, and it will tell me what foot to put on. So it's telling me to put F foot on there, which is my satin stitch foot. You've got a buttonhole, it'll tell me to put my buttonhole foot on. I can just default back to the ordinary straight stitch setting and it will once again default back to its recommended stitch width and stitch length, regardless of me altering. This is one of my favourite bits, which let me just triple check, I don't believe is, yes. So this section is slightly different to on your 560. So I'm just going to pull the 560 in so you can see. With the 560, you have the thread cutter, and with the 560, you have all of those other buttons that I was looking at here. But this is the section that's slightly different, so I get 3 extra buttons. With the 570A, can you see, you have all of those speed dial buttons with your 560. There you go. You have your memory thread cutter there, which is great. It will automatically cut it if you want it to cut every stitch sequence. It will automatically cut. These 3 buttons are now different on the 570A. So these are your mode buttons. Can you see? You've got modes 1, modes 2, and then you've got an alphabet mode. So if you were to go through your modes, they're all lit up there. You can go mode 1, mode 2, alphabet as well, and then there's another alphabet that you can do different accented letters. You know, if you're doing different languages, etc., you can do that with your modes. So you also have your cancel button. If you are doing a memory stitch sequence like we showed with Delphine earlier on, all your stitch charts are here, by the way. I'm going to shimmy this over. So you've got loads of buttonholes, look. You've got a great selection of utility stitches, applique stitches, decorative stitches. In mode 2, almost satin stitches there. I've got some lovely hearts. But if I want to create a stitch sequence of hearts and flowers or vines, I want to then do, what have I got here? Lovely pictorial stitches, more flowers. I've got some sewing ones. I've got a little cat. I've got a boat there. I've got a car and an aeroplane. So if I wanted to do a stitch sequence, I can create it by selecting the stitch, pressing the memory. It will remember that. If I want to go back, I can then cancel it using that C button. You have got your memory for your threads. So it's all very intuitive on your screen. It will tell you if you've got the wrong foot on, etc. So you won't be doing anything you're not allowed to do. And one of my favourite things is it also comes with your extension table. So you've got your little gubbins box here, which you can keep all of your feet. That just slides off. Your feet, they fold down, so if you're storing this away under a bed or wherever you are, you can. They then clip out. And this literally just slides onto your machine, and you can now drop your feed dogs. If you've got yourself obviously my table's a little bit uneven there, but I'm on my mat, half off my mat, and my legs, there we go. But you will have this lovely large space then to be able to do your quilting, your dressmaking, your bag making, just having less pressure on that central needle bed is going to help. I've just treated myself to this machine, Christine. Oh, honestly, you will be over the moon. I love the 578. We have got all of the 5 series, but in terms of value for money, personally, for how much you're going to be able to grow with this machine as well, with the ability of having your monogramming and those extra stitches, I do think it's worth it. Really do. Standard accessories are listed on screen. You do get all of these feet included with your purchase. But remember, this is an Elna. You can grow with it. You can then buy a walking foot if you wish. You can then buy a free motion foot if you wish. You can add those on a later date, but you do have the capability of lowering your feed dog. So if you've got Delphine's instructions earlier and you're thinking, I want to have a go at free motion, you are able to do this on this machine. I know a lot of people who have the 720 and also have the 578 as their second machine that they then sew maybe in a holiday home caravan or a family member's home, or take it to workshops and classes, because let's face it, the 720 is heavy. You don't want to be porting that round with you. But it is a fabulous machine. It's one of our go-tos when guest designers come in. You'll often see it demo, being used on screen. But today, don't forget, we sell this machine every single day. This is a machine that's constantly on reorder. The benefit of getting it today is 5-year warranty, extended warranty for free. It should be £50, over £50 in fact. So you're saying, even if you're saving £50 on that, you're also going to get your slip reduction mat, which one is going to protect your surface or your dining table, whatever you're sewing on. I find, because of the way that it's made, it also reduces a bit of the sound. I mean, it's not a noisy machine anyway. We use it on air, and obviously if we're sewing and talking on telly, we want to have a quiet machine, so it's nice and quiet. But that is brilliant, slip reduction mat. And then you also have your squeak. You also have your mystery box. Now, I've just shown you one of the mystery boxes with lots of fabric. I've got more skeins, DMC. I've got some purses. I've got books. Oh, I've got a nice thread trip. I mean, you've got here over £90 worth of sewing goodies here. Lots of different tools and things to get started with. All of the extras that we've added on today, so your warranty, your slip reduction mat, and your mystery bundle add up to £154.99. Plus, off the machine price itself, we have taken £80. So we are at £569 for the lot today. Only today though. It's one of those that if you were thinking about it, definitely the days to do it. If we do sell out of these on air, At midnight tonight, you'll be able to get the machines with 5-year warranty, but without the goodies. That's why I say we've managed to put together so many bundles with this deal midnight tonight. So yes, whoever manages to get it, well done. I got the 570A for my birthday in January, still learning, but I love it. Well, this is the great thing, Christine, is that you can just plug it in and get sewing, but also there's a lot to learn along with it. So you're going to be able to expand your sort of sewing journey with it, which is great, especially with all of those stitches. Okay. That's, for me, the one to go for, especially at the price point that you're looking at here. Please remember that when I show you the 560 and 550, because you might have a certain budget, if I'm honest. Well, if you say to me, but I know it's 560, but I have a budget in my mind, I do not want to go over £500, the 550 is where to go. So I'll show you the 550. It looks exactly the same. It's an Elna, remember. You're also going to get, the extended warranty still. You're going to get 5-year warranty, which, remember, is another £50. And with this, you are getting, are you getting your slip mat? Slip mat. You're getting an extra bobbin case for this one. That's £19.99. It's the only one that's coming with that today. It's an Elna branded one. You always need to use the right bobbins for your machine. That's one big tip that they do. Jane from Elna always tells us, make sure you've got the right bobbin in. So you're getting loads of bobbins there. That is a case that's full of bobbins ready to be wound. And you are also getting your £90 worth of goodies. So actually, do you know what? This is a really big bundle. The biggest added bundle that we're doing. Machine, your extras, your bobbins, and your slip mat. And 5-year warranty as well. So all of that together adds up to £803.97. Okay. Where are we going on this then? We've said it. We're going to take this under £500. I mean, this is with the biggest accessory bundle under 500 today. Anybody that gets the chance to own any of the 5 series range, I'm sure you'll be over the moon with your purchase. There we go, we're on. Oh, it's not even £499. It's £459 for your Elna 550, plus you've got your 5-year warranty. It's still got a great array of stitches. Look, you've still got lots of stitches that you can play around with. 50 stitches. Buttonholes there, 3 one-step buttonholes. You've got a fantastic needle threader, very well lit. You can use it with or without a star, with a foot pedal. All of your accessories there today. The bundle that we've added to it is the biggest one, £174.98 is your bundle amount that we've obviously reduced off for you. And we've taken off the machine alone £70. Big saving, big bundle, and a brilliant machine. If you have got a budget of £500, this is the one to go for. Look at all of the feet that come as standard. You can also grow with this. You can drop your feed dogs. You can add your free motion foot at a later date, your walking foot at a later date. It comes with an extension table as well, which is brilliant. It comes with a nice hard cover. So if you don't have the space to be, you know, sewing every day on the dining table, you can easily put it back away. It's like when you go and see a car at the showrooms, isn't it? Where you have the car and then you have the same model that's got all of the extras on. It's the same car, it's the same build, it's the same brand, it's the same model, but that one's got heated seats, it's got a heated steering wheel, it's got a heated windscreen, it's got more fancy speakers, or, you know, the paint is this. And you're thinking, right, okay, I love those, but that is where my budget is. I fundamentally want it to do X, Y, and Z. So you know where your price point is, what it is that you want from a sewing machine. This is £459, which is brilliant. It's also on split pay. Look at your split pay. 3-way split pay at £159. That is absolutely amazing. Get it home and start sewing. This could be your first ever computerized machine. This could be your jump to a computerized machine. And it is absolutely it is one of our favourites again. It's one that we use a lot. It's one that's very intuitive. And this is the one that's sort of in between. This is the one that is jumping up to that sort of first computerised machine. And then we've got the 560 in between, which we have dropped in price also underneath us on the website. We will be doing. We will be dropping. There are a few machines that you will spot underneath that we might not get a chance to do in the next half an hour that we've dropped and discounted, including the cover stitch machine. There's some overlockers on there. Have a look underneath us on the website. Brilliant. So, just so you can get in your mind the comparison, the difference between all of the 5 series, there you are. The main differences you can see in brackets. The one-step buttonholes, you've got 3 choices on the first one, on the 550. You have 7 buttonholes on the 560, and you have 12 different buttonholes on the 570A. The number of stitches changes, so you have 50 stitches on the 550, 100 stitches on the 560, and 380 stitches on the 570A. I'm just looking through all of those different features to see the different. So the only one that has the automatic thread cutter is on the 560 and 570A. So the 550 doesn't have the automatic thread cutter. The thread cut memory key is only on the 560 and 570A, and the memory key, so you can do stitch sequences for your alphabets, for your pictorial stitches, the only one that has that function is the 570A. So it's just weighing up what you need as a sewer, what you're going to find most useful. But just to remind you, if you want the all singing, all dancing, I don't want to sound like, you know, that car salesman that's trying to sell you the one with the heated windscreen and the heated hand wheel and everything, because it's up to you of where you are. But the difference in price, though, for the 570, you're looking at paying how much more for the 570? That's what you need to weigh up, is right. Is my jump from the 550 or the 560 to the 570, can I justify that in my mind? Especially on that split pay. Your split pay options make it a lot more sort of accessible. There's a £110 difference. And I know £110 is £110. But if you think over time, then that is going to benefit you as a crafter and as a sewer, then go for it. Okay. 680, John Scott machine, Stuart Hillard machine, our absolute flagship machine. This is now taking it up to the next category of machine. This is now a weighter machine. It's one that I would probably recommend that you have a designated sewing space for it. It comes with all of the features and functions that we were talking about with the 5 series, but now, once again, it jumps further. You have a massive array of stitches. You have all of your pictorial stitches and alphabets on here as well. It is super intuitive. It's a big machine. It's got a knee lift on this. It's got your memory. It's got your thread cutter. It's got everything you need. Today, let's talk about price, because this is where it gets exciting today. Yes, the other day it went to an amazing price, I'm being told, and I know we are going to take money off today and we're going to add goodies to it today because we can't match the price that we did the other day. We're still going to take money off, and we're also going to give you some extras to make it really attractive. So you've got a 5-year warranty today. 5-year warranty. You are getting that for free. You are also going to get your mystery box, which is worth over £90, for free. So that's £140 worth of goodies. Plus you're going to get it on 5-way interest-free split pay, and we're going to take £100 off the RRP. £100 off, plus all your goodies, plus your 5-year warranty today, £1,149, and it is on 5-way split pay. Amazing. In total, with all of your extras, you're actually saving nearly £400, £399, saving on the 680 today. It is National Sewing Machine Day. We want to give you all of the offers as we can on Elna machines. It's worth during the day today, before midnight tonight. I know we're only live on air for the next 20 minutes, so it's worth having a look during the day at all the specifications. On the Elna website, what I find quite useful is you can actually download manuals. So just to have a look at specifications and see if it does what you want it to do. Whilst we're doing these discounts today, it is definitely worth seriously thinking about which model you were thinking of upgrading to. This is one, as I say, we've been talking about for years now. I mean, it's one that is always one of our most popular sellers. If you have a look on the fan page, in fact, ask our customers. There's a lot of regular viewers that will own this machine. Do you know, we were asking Delphine, okay, why did you choose to get that? It's nice to ask other people, isn't it? Right? Why did you get that? Or what sort of sewer are you? Are you a bag maker? Are you a dressmaker? Are you a quilter? What do you do? What do you find this is most useful for? The reason that I love this is that it's so versatile. This isn't telling you, right, this is for quilters. This isn't saying this is for bag makers or this is for dressmakers. What I love is that the people who I know own this machine are the people that do all different varieties of sewing, that do dressmaking, that do bag making. Stuart Hillard has got this machine, obviously quilting. John Scott has this machine, need I say any more? So it is a real workhorse. The reason Delphine said that she chose her machine was, one, the brand. She's always been with Elna, and she knows that Elna are reliable. They are workhorse machines, and they are very intuitive. You can just get on there and start sewing. We're not looking at the all singing, all dancing, but this one, I mean, it does have a massive array of features and functions. It's got your varied speed control, it's got your thread cutter, it's got your memory, it's got that LCD screen, which is really, really easy to navigate through. At the top of the machine there, you've got your stitch chart, which you can see is all in different modes, all sectioning out into utility stitches, applique stitches, there you go, pictorial stitches, alphabets galore. You also have a straight stitch needle plate with this machine. So we talked about with the 720, the 3 different plates that you have. With this one, you can take the free arm off. Underneath is where they store it. And I can show you here. If you are doing piecing, I would put this one on, because this is where it's going to stop you getting those bird nests under your fabric. It's got that. It's got the central position, but also you can move your needle across. Obviously, the one that's in at the moment, it allows your needle to swing from side to side for decorative stitches, but this is brilliant. You've got a top-loading bobbin, and you've got a huge array of accessories. So, earlier on today, when we were talking about the 240, we were talking about the 550, the 560, and the 570. This is now the only one, other than the 720, the only one that comes with your free motion set. So if you want to get on with your Delphine instructions and free motion quilting, this comes not only with a free motion foot, it comes with a huge variety. So you've got a convertible free motion quilting foot, which gives you a closed toe, an open toe, a clear view foot as well. So that is what comes as standard. But it also comes with a walking foot. So I know a lot of people who are obviously quilters, but bag makers, anybody who's working with multiple layers of fabric, really, really, really handy to have on your machine. And they could cost, you know, you could be looking for this category of machine about £50 for a walking foot. So that comes as well as standard with your machine today. This price, only available till midnight tonight or while stocks last. The bundle we have put together is worth over £90, and you're going to get that for free. You're also going to get extended warranty for today only. So 5-year warranty, which would normally be at a cost, obviously. You do get 2-year warranty as standard with all of your Elna machines. If you buy it tomorrow, you'll get 2-year warranty. This is 5-year warranty, sorry, 5-year warranty at no extra cost. And you're also getting your amazing split pay still on there, even though we're doing all of these amazing discounts. Okay. Any questions? I'll wait. I'm waiting for Ellie on Hobby Maker. Any questions about the 680 Plus, Ellie? Any questions, get them in, get them in. Yeah, I feel like a teacher at the end of it. Any questions? No? Okay, I'll move on. Do let me know, of course, if you've got any questions. You ready? I told you that we have sewing machines for everybody today. Now, this machine, I was talking to Baffa about this not so long ago. I wouldn't mind you doing a quick search, actually, Hannah, because this is a machine that in America, you can buy this machine and it is, I mean, it's a lot of money. It is a lot of money. It's an absolute spaceship of a machine. It is the big boy. It's absolutely amazing. But we have UK sole distribution of Elna machines. We are so lucky that we have that relationship, that we have that exclusivity. We can offer you brilliant deals. So if you were to buy somewhere else, you would be buying from another country. And if you were to buy from America, it costs a lot of money. A lot of money. We offer brilliant deal on this machine anyway, and I can't believe we're discounting it today. So firstly, yes, you are getting extended warranty for 5 years. The reason that I had to take a little bit of a deep breath with this one is because it is considered, I've only got 15 minutes, and this is for somebody who has been already waiting, looking, researching, and are ready for it. Maybe you have been waiting for the day that we will do the deal. This is the day. Because we haven't actually done that many, deals. We had the launch offer. And I think that's it, really. We've got money off today, plus you're getting your mystery bundle, plus you're getting 5-year warranty. I don't actually know if we have done a deal like this. Right, the price that Elna have told us, the recommended retail price is £3,898.99. That price on screen is what you would pay for the machine, the extra warranty, and your sewing mystery bundle. So that's your price on screen that would be for the bundle. We'll drop to Elna's recommended retail price. Forget that you get your extra warranty. Forget that you get your extra mystery bundle. That's the price. $3,599 is the price for the machine alone. Elsewhere, this machine is on sale in America for $7,000, which at the current exchange rate is £5,478.26. But I mean, it's over £5,000. This is why, I mean, it is such an opportunity for us here at Sewing Street, for us here in the UK. This machine is one of those, as I said, I'm talking to really serious buyers who are looking for the ultimate machine. We are going lower on that whole package. You have got the most amazing machine. $3,299. I actually am going to go as far as saying I think this is the best deal we've ever offered on this machine, ever, since we launched it. The reason that this is such a step up is because the technology of the stitch regulator. It's this red box that I'm stroking in front of me. Obviously, this machine is an absolute beast. It's a workhorse. It is one that, I mean, it's amazing. It's got everything. The screen is brilliant. It's still intuitive. If you've worked with Elna's before, it's a fabulous machine. But it has technology which in other names, I'm not going to name names, but there is a brand beginning with a B that has a similar concept, and the machine, again, is way over $5,000. So this is your stitch regulator. Have a look at this. Do you know when you're doing free motion quilting and we talk about trying your best to keep your stitch consistent? It will give you the look of it being long arm quilted. If you are doing any free motion and you are really trying your best to get your stitch even, but you're struggling, this is where, oh my gosh, it does it for you. This has a sensor. It basically has it doesn't have a camera. It's a sense. Is it a camera? A little sensor, a little camera, within there that plugs into the side of your machine. So it plugs in, and then it's got all of these different open toe feet as well, look. It is for your free motion quilting to give you even stitches. It regulates the stitch. Don't ask me actually how it does that. It is science, it is technology that is beyond my knowledge, but it is amazing. I just accept it does what it does what it does, and I don't know how it does. I don't know how it does it, but it does it very well. I've seen it in action. I think Susie actually did do a huge demo on this. She's watching now and she's messaged in, Susie. Here we go. Yeah, we'll have to find the date for you. The 782 is awesome. Love, love the stitching and the stitch regulator. Watch Susie's show back before midnight tonight, and you can get it today at a discounted price with a 5-year warranty and with sewing goodies to be able to play with when you get home as well. As I said, this isn't one of those machines that I'm going to convince you in the next 5 minutes to spend that money if you've never seen it before. I want you to do your research. I want you to have a look. I mean, look, you know, I talk about that mystery Sewing Street bundle that you're going to get £90 worth of goodies. Look at how many goodies come with this machine as standard, as standard. It launched the 18th of February this year, and it is worth watching that show back because we did a whole hour playing with this machine, looking at all of those feet. There you go, the ASR, your accurate stitch regulator. Closed toe, open foot, clear blue foot, ruler work foot. If you're working with rulers, you are going to be able to do it's like you've got a long, I mean, if you've ever thought about investing in a long arm quilting machine, one, if you are lucky enough to have the space for a long arm machine, or if you've sent a quilt off to be long arm, do you know how much it costs? So if it is something that you're thinking, right, this is worth that investment, if you want to be able to do free motion quilting or any sort of quilting at this standard, oh, it's an amazing bit of technology that they've developed. And with the discounts today, brilliant opportunity. Sewing features on your screen, 400 stitch patterns, 400 stitches. I mean, it's absolutely amazing. I'm just having a look at that stitch chart at the top, and it's brilliant because you've got Mirage, straight stitch needle plate, obviously professional grade needle plate for your utility stitches, monogramming as well. You've got floating mode. What is floating mode? See, there is so much on this machine that we need to learn. Leviosa. No, it's not floating. I need to watch Susie's show back to see that. Okay. We have literally got not enough time to scratch the surface of the machine, but if you've got it in your basket, I am very, very excited for you to be able to experience the ultimate Elna 782. It is the most it's the most high-end machine that we stock from Elna. It's amazing, amazing. Okay, any questions, please speak to the customer service team, because remember, we now have 2 representatives in our customer service team that are Elna trained, and also download the manual, have a look through, read about it. There's videos, there's Susie's tutorial to watch back on our YouTube channel, so it's all there for you to access. And you've got plenty of time. You've got till midnight tonight to make your mind up before that price point goes back up and we take away your goodies. So, yes. A lot of the machines have already been discounted underneath us on the website. It's worth going to the web and having a look before midnight tonight. There are still a few that Hannah has not yet dropped, so don't panic. They will be there by 1 o'clock. They'll be all underneath us. One of those machines that's already been crashed is the cover, the easy cover, the cover stitch machine, which looks like an overlocker. It's not. This is simply for finishing your garments at the most amazing professional level. Hannah says, I've seen this machine before. She says, I've seen it have money taken off. First time I've seen it, as well as having the discount with a bundle. So you're getting the anti-slip mat, you're getting your mystery bundle as well, worth over £90 of sewing goodies, and you're also getting extra warranty, 5-year extra warranty. All of those freebies are going to be, well, there for you for free. It's £154 worth of goodies. Plus, the retail price on this should be $669. We have taken it down to £569 for you. It's on split pay for £189.66. It is £100 off the recommended retail price, and it is on 3-way split pay. There is a lot of you who have got this in your basket. I think that's the best deal, or the biggest deal certainly, that we've seen on the Easy Cover. The fact that you are getting not only the machine discounted, but also all of those freebie goodies. Today's a really good day to have a bit of a think about that. That's for dressmakers. We didn't want to leave you out on Elna. Have a look underneath us on the web, but also if you were thinking about investing in an Easy Cover, we've done a brilliant discount on that one for you. Okay, right, for the last few minutes, can I just quickly recap the 570A, which is this machine here. It has got everything you could want, I think, from the 5 Series. In a portable machine, there are not very many options on machines that give you 380 stitches, a memory cutter, a cutter thread, your thread cutter button, and an alphabet. That's where I'd start to think, do you know what, for that extra £100 or so, I'm going to take the plunge and do it. I'm going to use the split pay. Your split pay options aren't that much different. You're looking under £190 on split pay for this one still, over 3 months, and you can get it paid off, and you have then got a machine which is absolutely going to grow with you, or absolutely able to take to workshops and classes and still have those features and functions that you know from maybe one of your larger machines. Because that's it, when you get used to it, like Delphine said, when you're used to that thread cutter button, it's very, very difficult to go back to a machine that doesn't have a thread cutter button. You'll wonder how on earth you cope for so long without a thread cutter button. So if you're going to workshops or classes or going on holiday and you want to still be able to have those features, I'm not going to lie, I don't know another machine that has those features under £1,000. If you've got £1,000 to spend and you say, right, Vic, I want a thread cutter, I want it to have, you know, that brand name, I want it to have this, I want it to have this, I'd absolutely be leading you towards this one today. This is 570A. It's got an alphabet, it's got 380 stitches, it's got a huge array, 10 buttonholes on there. Thread cutter, automatic thread cutter as well, if you want it to cut at the end of every stitch sequence. It's brilliant. What was that, Hannah? You also get over £90 worth of goodies, your slip reduction mat included as well, one of these red mats, your £90 worth of goodies, and an extra 3-year warranty on top of your 2 years that you already get normally. So you get 5-year extended warranty, and you get your extension table. You've turned me off, Hannah. Oh, I'm attached to something. What am I attached to? Going to keep going. Right, so just very, very quickly, before we hand over to Hobby Maker, we have got a couple of things that we want to mention. The 720 Pro is discounted today. So many of you have already checked out on these. We've spoken about it. We've seen it in action with Delphine if you want to watch the show back, including its 5-year warranty and goodie bag. This should be over £2,000. Today, you're getting it at £1,649. It's including your 5-year warranty. It's also got your mystery sewing pack, over £90 worth of goodies, and a brilliant semi-industrial machine, real workhorse, and the one that Delphine's baby. Can I just say as well, she wasn't gifted this machine. This wasn't given to her by Sewing Street. She's not like one of these influencers that's given a product and she's got to sell it. She bought this machine. She chose this machine herself, and I think that speaks volumes. She uses it every day. Bex also owns this machine, Bex Reed, so yeah, that's brilliant. These instructions are now back in stock for anybody who missed out earlier. We've managed to get about 100 more now left of these. So if you want the free Motion Master Class book, all of your patterns are in the back as well, and £9.99. Stuart Hillard is on tomorrow. I'm not here because it's the twins' birthday tomorrow. Thank you, Stuart, for covering for me. 8 o'clock, he's got the Head Over Heels Colours of the World. Spice up your life. It is yarn. The new Australian launch. Well, I say Australian launch. Here in the UK, obviously. 8 o'clock, we've got Summer Fairies with Debbie Moore at 9. Summer Sewing Room Tours at 10. Strawberries and Cream Collection with Debbie Moore and Quilt Kits at 12. Join Stuart and Debbie Moore tomorrow. Hannah is now crashing all of the other machines. It's so bizarre looking over on the other side of the set where it is absolutely Christmas. I've got Christmas trees surrounding the studio. Andy Love, Christmas is thrown up all over him. He's wearing a full Christmas suit. Stay where you are for more crafting. He's coming up right after this.